Today, in order to make the cities more resilient and more in harmony with nature, we have come together in order to fulfill these goals. And 11 metropolitan mayors and 11 city mayors have come in great solidarity, and also the Istanbul team has made great efforts. And now I would like to invite Ali Murat Khan, the advisor of the mayor and deputy of the mayor, and Kati Bernard Bon Mayor, Giovan Begin, ICREI General Director, will be with us. And also Maimuna Mahmoud Sherif, UN Habitat Executive Director, will be with us. And now I would like to invite Ali Muratan, who is the advisor of the Metropolitan Mayor. And so the deputies of the president of the CHP, CHP is the Republican Party of People. So the representatives of CHP, representatives of the E-Party, and the deputies, and also the city mayors, provincial mayors, and the metropolitan mayor, and deputy mayor of İzmir, and the representatives of the democratic organizations and participants. 11 metropolitan mayors have come together in order to realize this organization. And on behalf of the organizational committee, I would like to say welcome to all of you. Today is 22nd March, the World Water Day. The United Nations, since 1993, have celebrated this day each year. And all over the world, they wanted to raise awareness about the fresh water problems, because 2.2 billion people in the world cannot have access to healthy fresh water. And 1 out of 3 people in the whole world faces freshwater problems. And the United Nations has carried out some research about climate change. And by 2050, there will be 5.7 billion people who will face 1 month of water scarcity. And this means the following. The people below the age of 18, that means 600 million children will face water stress for a very long time throughout their life. When we look at our country, Turkey, then we can see that there have been also some research studies about climate crisis. And according to this research, within the next 20 years, in many water basins, there will be 50% decrease of water. And we have got the 11th development plan. According to this plan, and all these drought processes will increase, and by 2030, the quality and the amount of water will decrease to a great level. Today, 1,400 cubic meter is the per capita water, and by 2030, it will decrease to 1,120 cubic meter. It will be much lower than the world average. And distinguished participants, a few months ago, in October and November, we were talking about an important issue, and especially in Istanbul and in other cities, the levels of the water decreased very much in dams. And in January and February in 2020, we saw an increase in water, and so the water levels in Istanbul right now is full by 60%. However, I would like to state the following. In Ankara, İzmir, Istanbul, we shouldn't only look at the levels of the dams, freshwater levels, and we cannot assure the water security in our Turkey with that. I will give you some examples. The Istanbul dams are full to 60%. However, the water consumption goes mostly to agriculture in Turkey. That means, Istanbul has got a population of 16 million, and so per capita water consumption is 2 liters. However, in the other water basins in Küçükmenderes, Gediz, and Seyhan, in the other parts of Turkey, so for 1 kilogram of meat, you need 5,000 liters of water. For 1 kilogram soy, you need 4,000 liters of water. For 1 kilogram of potatoes, you need 1,000 liters of water. I want to state the following. 16 million is Istanbul, 5 million is Ankara, the population, and their water consumption goes mostly to agriculture. And 1 week ago, the mayor of Aydın said that in Aydın and the Büyükmenderes basin, because of drought, therefore he announced a program in order to overcome this water scarcity. That means 16 million, the population of 16 million in Istanbul will be impacted by that. Also, the population of İzmir will be impacted by that. 800 million cubic meter of water is being drawn from Büyükmenderes. And they do this for agriculture in order to feed the big cities. And this also puts the water in the big cities at risk. And 11 cities and account for 58% of the whole population. And now all these 11 metropolitan mayors have come together in order to create a summit of water. And this summit has got 2 goals. One of them is the following, and to assure the fresh water safety for Turkey. And because of the wrong policies, there are many difficulties in order to assure the water, and in order to overcome these difficulties, some different water management is needed, different water policies are needed, and therefore between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 11 metropolitan mayors will come together, and they will take up these water policies, and they will say that a different water policy is possible, and they will declare their policy and their goals. And in the second day, with the participation of 380 people, and including the water experts of the metropolitan municipalities, however, more importantly, also the representatives of agriculture, industry, and professional organizations will discuss the future of their own water. This is very important. Why? Because if you are proposing another water policy, and if you say that another water management is possible, then you have to put forward your policy. And tomorrow we will talk about the capacity to pay the water per households. And another water management is possible. This topic will be discussed by 300 people, mostly scientists. Distinguished participants, the 11 metropolitan mayors have organized this session in great solidarity. And this organization and the program of this organization and all the technical organization have been carried out by the teams of the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality. Design, communication, and media efforts have been carried out by the Istanbul Metropolitan Metropolitan Municipality teams. And I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this organization, and especially the metropolitan mayors of 11 cities. And I would like to thank the host of this summit and who has followed up every stage of this organization. And I would like to thank the Izmir Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Tunç Soyer, very much for all his contributions. The scientific and technical program has been created also with the contributions of Güven Eken, İlyas Özgüven, and Onur Eryüce from the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, and also the host of this summit, and has also contributed very much to this summit. And this is the chairwoman, the head of the Department of Water Affairs. And I would like to thank also Mr. Karosman from the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality. And also I would like to thank the Istanbul Planning Agency head, and Emrah Şahan, and ÖKÜ Agency. I would like to thank them also very much for their efforts about the communication. And Mr. Tunç, I would like to thank also Mr. Yunus Arıkan very much. I would like to thank you for participating in this summit. I would like to thank Mr. Muratan very much. And the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality is protecting the water sources and creating new water sources. And a fair distribution of water is being ensured in Izmir, and also awareness raising campaigns are being carried out. And also our sea and our soil and the rivers are being protected from pollution. And the Deputy Metropolitan Mayor of Izmir, Mustafa Özuslu, I would like to invite you to hold your speech. Distinguished provincial head of İYİ Party and deputies and provincial mayors and district mayors of İzmir, and the representatives of chambers and professional organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you with love and respect. Distinguished guests, in 2019, we started our story entitled Spring Starts at the End of March. It is again the end of March now, and we have come together in Izmir to take up a global issue. And we are adding momentum to our efforts. The title of this summit is Sustainable Water Policies in Cities. This summit brings together national politicians, local authorities, nationally and internationally renowned experts, professional organizations, and NGOs. I'm pleased to host this summit and I would like to say welcome to all our guests. Distinguished guests, this summit is important because of two reasons. First, 11 metropolitan municipalities say that different water management is possible and take up the issue of water with regard to sustainability. These municipalities have convened to develop a joint vision that would serve as an example for the whole of Turkey. They intend to solve the problems with common sense and evaluate them with scientific and analytical methods. This approach serves as a cornerstone for the presence and future of Turkey. Moreover, we are coming together with our differences and common problems with a feeling of solidarity and peace. And these feelings are guaranteed by the culture of democracy. With such meetings, the culture of democracy is enhanced, and this tells us that our hope for the present time and future will never be exhausted. This meeting shows us how wrong it is to reign over nature only by consumption, and that it is only through sustainable development program to solve the problems of global warming, climate crisis, drought, and water stress. Our meeting will go down in the history is an initiative for hydro-diplomacy, cooperation, and coordination between cities. Briefly, the determination of 11 metropolitan municipalities to govern the cities with common sense and in harmony with nature is vital for the survival of our democracy, which is suffering right now. Democracy is as vital for our country as water is vital for all living beings. Therefore, our meeting today will serve as a lifeline support for our democracy. Distinguished guests, the second factor adding importance to the summit is the subject it takes up, namely water. What is the meaning of water for us? Water is the source of life, the source of trade, innovation, development, human settlements ranging from the Nile of antique Egypt to rainforests of Brazil. It is an inevitable human right. It is a natural boundary separating on paper countries and human settlement areas. At the same time, it is the guarantee for the world peace. Water enables life, and just because of that, it is the subject of politics. Yes, it is just the subject of politics. For example, water security is a priority for global politics. According to research studies, between 2000 and 2050, the demand for water all over the world will increase by 55%. This shows us that the water supply will have a huge effect on global geopolitics, diplomacy, and even conflict areas. Therefore, sustainable management of water is a vital as well as a political issue. The 21st century offers us a very obvious picture. Freshwater sources are on the brink of drying out. With the climate crisis, the sea levels have risen. Therefore, the country borders have the potential to change. Because of rising population and inadequate use of water, natural resources are diminishing. Global increase in nationalism has an adverse effect on diplomatic relations. Distinguished guests, all these negative developments are exacerbated with the COVID-19 pandemic. That puts a huge risk on our social life. If we were asked to write a disaster scenario of our time, of our age, we couldn't be able to write a scenario that bad, that threatening, that real. United Nations have written down 17 global goals for sustainable development. These goals serve as a guide for us to get out of this disaster scenario. It is the global responsibility of humanity to implement these goals. Though the water issue is being taken up directly by the Sustainable Development Goals, when we talk about sustainable water management, then all the 17 goals are involved in that issue. Because in case there is water scarcity or absence of water, then none of the 2030 goals can be implemented or realized. And we won't even come close to these goals. As the 11th goal says, our responsibility is to make all cities and settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. In order to be a water-sensitive city, we have to develop a vision that will inspire holistic, long-term, sustainable, and resilient strategies. These strategies would increase prosperity and make a fair distribution of wealth possible. In the next 2 days, we will move under the light of this inspiration by saying that a different water management is possible. As the İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, we try to create a sustainable and resilient city with the leadership of our mayor, Tunç Soyer. We fulfill the conditions to live in harmony with nature. The sustainable water management is an integral part of city governance. Our water management involves agricultural and industrial self-sufficiency, a stable and effective water supply despite drought and floods because of climate crisis. And İzmir has got an infrastructure that allows rain harvesting and water treatment with the latest technologies and big investments. And we think of the needs of the present and future generations. And we carry out water management with multidisciplinary, holistic, and integrated approach by taking into account the technical, ecological, economic, social, and cultural dimensions. The relevant departments look beyond the boundaries of their jurisdiction when they carry out their tasks. They prioritize flexible regional solutions to minimize risks. The statement, a different agriculture, a different water management, a different İzmir, a different world is possible, can only be realized with such an approach. And last Friday, Minister Tunç Soyer has shared with the public İzmir's life strategy, and it is in harmony with nature. This strategy includes our sustainable energy and climate action plan, as well as our Green City Action Plan that have been prepared in line with our international commitments. Such a strategy has been created for the first time in Turkey by a local authority, and it has 3 basic goals. First, to create a resilient and resistant city against natural disasters by bringing ecology in alignment with economy. Second, to increase prosperity and have a fair distribution of wealth. Third, to protect biological diversity. However, we are aware of the fact that it is impossible to deal with all the problems all alone in such a complex social system. Therefore, it is very important that 11 metropolitan municipalities convene at this summit. Our objective is to implement our aforementioned goals within the framework of a collective action plan. It is only through such a collective action that we can fulfill our needs, such as providing access to reliable water for all citizens without any discrimination, to eliminate the inequality regarding per capita water, to protect water basins and wetlands, to prepare urgent action plans taking into account climate crisis and population increase.
Ancak böylesinin kolektif eylemin sonucunda gerçekleşebilir. Evet, Türkiye'de
within the last 20 years, there have been central government interventions to urban policies of local authorities. A city planning policy was imposed on the municipalities as if it was the only correct one. This had a very bad impact on the people and all other living beings. However, we need to make a difference and follow a non-destructive way that is in harmony with nature. We have to reverse this course of events, which is certainly not an ill fate, and we need to act with common will. As Ernst Bloch has stated in his work Principle of Hope, hope fades from diligence, appetite, and optimism to dig everywhere to get a drop of water. Hope is in the smallest, hope is available in the smallest, in the essence, namely in the seed. Hope doesn't appear by itself. Hope requires will and determination as a result of a certain effort. Therefore, I'm pleased to be together with you to resurrect the home needed by Turkey through water that is the source of our life. And 27th March is the World Water Day. On this day, I would like to greet you and thank you for your contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the speech. So over 100 countries, ICLEI is bringing many countries together on an international scale, focusing on water and works with local and governmental administrations. Now I'd like to invite Katja Dörner, Mayor of Bonn, so we're going to listen to her messages now.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. So when I click on mute, so it must appear mute original audio, right? Yes. So I should remain on unmute or on mute? If I click, if I see unmute, then I don't hear you anymore. Okay. Okay. Thank you. No. Shall I put on my video now? Shall I put on the video now? Yeah. Okay. We are active in more than 100 countries, trying to influence sustainability policy and to drive local nature-based, equitable, resilient, and circular development. We have just 9 years left to reach the global 2030 targets for sustainable development. But the global community is far from being near to securing access and availability of clean water and sanitation to humanity worldwide and collectively. It is even more worrying to acknowledge that the situation is getting worse with the escalating climate and biodiversity emergencies, as well as the recent COVID-19 pandemic response, recovery, and redesign challenges. However, the era of the urban world contains a broad menu of opportunities that can be seized, especially if national government and the international community appropriately acknowledge, support, and enable local and regional governments as a core development partner. Today, I would like to share with you concrete and inspirational experiences from two pioneering ICLE members. The first being Cape Town in South Africa on the drought management, and the second, Berlin in Germany, on the experiences of the remunicipalization of water services. In 2015 up to 2017, Cape Town faced a very real day zero drought scenario. In order to avoid this catastrophe, the city enacted some major shifts in water governance and innovation. Firstly, the city organized a massive behavioral change campaign. In 3 years' time, through this campaign, Cape Town could reduce its water consumption overall by 50%. Secondly, Cape Town shifted the way water is valued and used in the city and called for entrepreneurs to bring in innovative, out-of-the-box water-saving technologies, which included environmentally conscious and green infrastructure options. At the same time, the water pricing and tariffs were re-evaluated in order to address the cost of water and price of water appropriately. Thirdly, a new climate-resilient water strategy was developed for the city that focused on equitable supply of sustainable water to all citizens and through collaborative and consultative platforms. As the world is preparing for more intensive and frequent drought, it is certain that more cities like Cape Town will have to adopt rapidly such similar innovative approaches. And the ICLE network is one of the best places to share these experiences globally. In Berlin in 1999, it sold off its share in the public water company. This partial privatization of around 49% was first celebrated as a success case. But by 2004, the water price in Berlin increased by more than 30%. By 2011, the private profits had increased to more than 1.5 billion euros, while the investments in the infrastructure decreased from 2009 onwards. A citizens' initiative, the Berlin Water Table, pushed for a referendum to request transparency on the privatization contract. At the same time, the German cartel authorities issued an order to the private water consortium to lower its fees by nearly 20% because of the abusive pricing that they had applied. In 2012, the Berlin Parliament decided to buy back its shares, and since then, investments in infrastructure have increased again and the prices for wastewater treatment decreased. The case of Berlin is one of the more than 200 remunicipalization cases in more than 40 countries that we know of between the year 2000 and 2015. Today, through its publicly owned water authority, Berlin is one of the hundreds of ICLE members that integrate water and wastewater objectives into the broader urban development through blue-green infrastructure, through enhanced urban biodiversity, through circular economy, and through climate change resilience. I sincerely hope that these experiences of the ICLE members of Cape Town and Berlin can guide you as valuable inputs for your discussions here in the next 2 days. In close collaboration with Mr. Tun Shoer as the Mayor of Izmir Metropolitan Municipality and member of our ICLE Global Executive Committee, I will be looking forward to explore appropriate opportunities of collaboration with all of the participating metropolitan governments at this forum, as well as other ICLE members in Turkey, to support the implementation of the outcomes of this Water Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very, very much for your kind attention, and I would like to wish you all the best with your deliberations, with your discussions here at this summit. Thank you very much again for your attention. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Söyle istersen. Abi Osman sana İngilizceden seslenecek.
Of İzmir, Mr. Tunç Soyer.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I cannot hear him. Bakar mısınız? Bakar mısınız? Problem var.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Bir sürü başka ses geliyor. Bak. Can you hear me now? Bilmem ne bunlar geliyor.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, it is impossible to interpret right now.
You choose. But I can't speak in Turkish.
Başka sesler geliyor. Çeviri imkansız. Yok çeviri. Tamam mı? Çeviri yok. Ha, şimdi durdu. Bir dakika. Ama şimdi onlar yapacak zaten.
Mr. Serrano, the floor is yours. The audience is waiting for you. This is the interpreter speaking.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I hear you perfectly, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to share my screen. Can you watch now my screen? Please, can you confirm if you watch my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you. So I start now?
We are ready, waiting for you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your invitation. I am going to to proceed with my talk, which is related to drought issues, and particularly in the Mediterranean region. Well, probably drought is one of the most complex climatic hazards. And it is very, very difficult to identify drought, when a drought starts, where a drought ends, and also to quantify drought severity, the duration and the spatial extent of a drought. And really, the complexity of the phenomena is also related to the large amount of sectors, of economic sectors and environmental systems that are affected, usually with several interconnections and links among them. In addition, it is very difficult to quantify drought because we have not an instrument that we can put in the field that gives us a bit of a certain assessment of the drought severity. So we can't base on our assessment on drought on a single physical variable that can be useful to determine drought, because sometimes the relevant metric is the availability of moisture in the soil. Other times is the total water amount in the streams, the reservoir rates, etc. For this reason, it is very common that we use synthetic metrics based on meteorological information, the so-called drought indices that are widely used for drought assessment. And for example, these drought indices allow to determine spatially and in terms of severity the conditions of drought in a time period. For example, this is the information of a drought monitoring system, global drought monitoring system, that informs on the characteristics of drought and this spatial extent, for example, in areas that might be affected by more drought conditions. Based on these indices, we have found that in the recent decade, some extreme drought events have affected different regions of the world. For example, the extreme drought that affected the South North America in 2011, or the drought that affected Eastern Asia in 2016, the Cape Town drought that affected Southern Africa in 2018 and 2019, several drought episodes in the Amazon, the strong drought that affected summertime in Europe in 2018. So this picture may suggest that in the recent times, we are suffering unprecedented drought events in different regions of the world. And this will suggest that maybe we are moving from a climate characterized by a certain frequency of drought events, moving to another scenario in which these drought conditions are more frequent, and the most extreme droughts are recorded with more frequency, and even this scenario could be characterized by record droughts period that were not identified previously. Nevertheless, if we focus on the evolution of precipitation during the last decades from the 50s of the 20th century, what we find is that in the majority of the world, there are not relevant changes in terms of reinforcement of drought events based on precipitation data. The main characteristic of precipitation is the strong temporal and spatial variability. And in general, there are very few regions of the world in which a decrease of precipitation has been recorded. And if we move, for example, to the examples that we have of long precipitation series, for example, in the Mediterranean, here we have two examples of two stations, two meteorological stations in the Mediterranean from the mid of the 19th century. We can see that the evolution of the dry periods in red and blue periods in humid periods in blue, what we find is that the recent drought periods, for example, in central Spain or in Italy, they have we have precedents, we have other periods during the last 150 years in which droughts were also very, very strong. Nevertheless, there are studies that suggest that drought is increasing in terms of surface extent and in terms of severity. For example, this global study published in 2017, based on a widely used drought indices index, the Palmer Drought Severity Index, suggests that drought severity has increased in terms of the dry area from the mid of the 20th century to now. Well, other studies, for example, based on simulation of soil moisture, suggest practically the same, an increase of the drought severity in several regions of the world, like the Mediterranean, large parts of Europe and South America, Australia, and also comparing indices that include the precipitation and the atmospheric evaporative demand, and indices that are only considering precipitation, we can see that there is a certain increase of more drought condition, drier conditions in several regions of the world in red colors in comparison with what was identified with precipitation. Well, if precipitation has not changed substantially globally, and it's mostly characterized by strong temporal variability, and also other studies suggest that drought is increasing in some way in some regions of the world. The unique explanation is related to the possible increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand. The atmospheric evaporative demand is the capacity of the atmosphere to dry the land in terms of the water that this atmosphere is demanding according to the conditions of temperature, net radiation, air humidity, and wind speed. And the existing studies what suggest is that this atmospheric evaporative demand is increasing in the last decades globally, and particularly, for example, regional studies, for example, in Spain or the Canary Islands or Australia, they show that in general, this atmospheric evaporative demand is increasing in general. For example, at the global scale, from the 50s, we can see here that, for example, in large areas, subtropical regions like the Mediterranean, North America, the Amazon, areas of the Sahel, South Africa, there is a very important increase of the annual atmospheric evaporative demand in 6 decades. You can see here in this black line, what is the average evolution of this atmospheric evaporative demand, with an average around 1,250 millimeters per year in its globally to 1,300 millimeters now. And this increase is mostly related to the important temperature increase related to global warming processes as a consequence of anthropogenic forcing during the last 50 years. Okay, but really this issue is a bit complex because we can't really find a correspondence between the increase of atmospheric evaporative demand and an increase of the drought severity, because the effects of this atmospheric evaporative demand strongly diverge between humid and dry lands, and between environmental and agricultural droughts, and between hydrological droughts. For example, in humid lands, during periods of high precipitation amount, we can conclude that an increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand is prone to cause more droughts, because under these conditions of high atmospheric evaporative demand, these conditions are usually correlated with high temperature, high net radiation, which are favorable, which are highly suitable to favor vegetation growth and photosynthetic activity. On the contrary, in dry lands, particularly during dry periods, during periods in which the soil is dry and there is a decrease of the available surface water resources, during these periods, an increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand usually enhance the drought severity. Okay, so it is really difficult to determine if droughts, the severity of droughts is changing, and in some cases is only related to the atmospheric evaporative demand, and particularly during the periods in which natural variability that controls precipitation deficits, during these periods, this atmospheric evaporative demand might increase the severity of droughts. For example, this figure indicates that in the increase of the evolution of two drought indices during a period in which we have a good information. And in this periods, we can see that, for example, in semi-arid regions, like, for example, the Mediterranean, Spain, and large areas of Turkey, for example, in these areas, the difference between the evolution of these two indices, the first one based on precipitation and the second one based on the precipitation and the atmospheric evaporative demand, we can see that in these areas there is an increase of the dryness that might suggest an increase of the drought severity. And what is expected for the future scenarios? Well, for the future scenarios, if we focus on different variables, the projections are strongly different. For example, if we focus on precipitation change, we can see that only in small areas of the world, for example, in northern South America, in South North America, and particularly in the Mediterranean area, in Spain, and Morocco, and Turkey, and the Middle East, is projected a decrease of precipitation, which is consistent between different models. But if we focus, for example, in the soil moisture, in the surface soil moisture, we can see that this drought condition extends to larger areas, for example, to Central Europe, to most of North America, South America, South Africa, Australia, etc. Okay, so it depends a lot, and it adds another difficulty to assess drought severity, and of course, this difference between soil moisture and precipitation projection are mostly attributed to the strong increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand that is projected for the future. Other studies, for example, suggest that this increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand with future scenarios will be very strong. And the balance between precipitation, although in general precipitation is projected to increase in the future as a consequence of the more water availability, you consider that in the future, under a warmer atmosphere, the holding capacity of the air to hold water increases, but it wouldn't compensate this strong increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand. And in general, the balance between precipitation and atmospheric evaporative demand will show a negative trend that will increase, that that will explain that the dry areas, the areas affected by dryness will include will increase, based on different drought metrics. For example, using a drought index that consider both precipitation and atmospheric evaporative demand, and also an index that consider the soil moisture frequency or the total runoff. And particularly, you can see what is projected in the Mediterranean, which is a general increase. Other indices exactly project a general increase with a reinforcement of the drought condition in several regions of the world, and also there are studies based on soil moisture. Well, in any case, there are still important uncertainties, because there are some authors that support that in the future, as a consequence of the increase of the atmospheric CO2 concentrations, will be a decrease of the demand of water by vegetation, because the atmospheric CO2 has several physiological consequences on plants, because the stomatal conductants that mostly determine the water evaporated from the leaves, this stomatal conductance is strongly determined by the CO2 concentration, and higher CO2 concentrations causes a decrease of the stomatal conductance and a decrease on evaporation, and this is explained very well in this study based in 2015 that suggests that the evaporation wouldn't increase very much under global warming. This is suggested by other studies. For example, in these blue lines that relates the evolution of the evapotranspiration in relation to the concentration of CO2. And these studies suggest that using the potential evapotranspiration, a metric of the atmospheric evaporative demand, might increase dryness artificially in comparison to the evolution of the actual evapotranspiration. Nevertheless, well, there are other studies that support this using models, that support that using this physiological effect of CO2 resembles more to what the models project for runoff. But we must consider that these CO2 effects are extremely uncertain, because there are several direct and indirect influences and feedbacks between plants and CO2, because CO2 is also affecting climate conditions, warming temperature, BPD, and this also interacts with plants. And there are also important uncertainties in the models related to how stomatal conductance is modeled, how plant hydraulics are modeled, and we are still very far to have a very good modeling of plant conditions in the future. So in the future, what the models project is the atmospheric evaporative demand will increase very much in several regions of the world. And independently, if we consider these CO2 effects on the water demand by plants, this will increase independently of this effect in large areas in the Mediterranean, in South America, in South Africa, most of North America. So what is expected in the future is that in large areas, the conditions will be prone to cause more water stress conditions, and particularly during the periods in which precipitation deficits are recorded, is expected a stronger increase of the drought severity. And what is happening particularly in the Mediterranean region? After this global picture, I would like to stress that in general, some studies are suggesting a decrease of the precipitation in the Mediterranean region in the last decades. For example, these studies that suggest a possible anthropogenic attribution of a precipitation decline, mostly a precipitation decline that was recorded in average between the 60s of the 19th century and the end of the last century, particularly in regions of Spain, the Balkans, the Middle East, okay? But other studies suggest that this particular decrease recorded in the 60s and 2000s is mostly driven by the natural variability. The Mediterranean climate is strongly variable as a function of the location of the main pressure belts that characterize the climate of these subtropical areas, and that the position of these atmospheric patterns show an important decadal variability that will explain this trend. On the contrary, other studies, for example, focused across that provides differences, spatial differences, do not find an important increase of the precipitation droughts. And for example, in a study that we published last year, in which we have analyzed evolution of droughts over the last 170 years across Western Europe, we didn't find a relevant increase of the precipitation of the drought conditions associated to precipitation deficits. For example, if we focus on this area, we can see that the evolution of precipitation is quasi-stationary, with periods, for example, from the 20s to the 60s that saw an increase, and a certain decrease of the precipitation from the 60s to 2000. But in general, the models, for example, the SEMI-3 and SEMI-5 IPCC models, we find that in this particular region, in Western Europe, in southwestern Europe, in this Mediterranean area, this model in general projected for this long period a stronger dryness than what recorded with the observations. In Turkey, for example, there are studies that don't show relevant trends in precipitation since the decade of 1930. So what we can see is the same in other Mediterranean areas, for example, in Morocco, in which precipitation is not changing, or in the Balkans, like in Greece. In Greece, for example, it was suggested that precipitation was decreasing a lot during the second half of the 20th century. And it is true that during the 80s and the first years of the 90s, it was a domain of drought condition, but it recovered. It recovered. So we can associate more this short-term dryness drought episodes to the natural variability. There are studies, long-term studies, for example, the studies by Professor Dario Camufo from Padova that have reconstructed precipitation series from observation during the last 3 centuries, that they don't find a relevant change in precipitation in the Mediterranean region. So we can't confirm that precipitation is decreasing in our region substantially, and that is promoting more droughts. And of course, that the periods of precipitation deficits that have been recorded during the last decade can be more associated to to the natural climate variability. Nevertheless, this statement on the evolution of precipitation doesn't mean that droughts are not increasing in terms of severity in our region. Why? Because different regional studies, for example, in Serbia, in Italy, in Spain, in Slovenia, they show that the atmospheric evaporative demand as a consequence of temperature increase, and also as a consequence and an important decrease of relative humidity as a consequence of different physical processes that I am not going to detail, are increasing very much the atmospheric evaporative demand in the Mediterranean. For example, there is a very important decrease of the atmosphere of the relative humidity in the region. For example, in Turkey or in the Western Mediterranean area, that is drying our air, and particularly during the summer period, in which more water deficits occur in the region. So this explains that in this area, if we focus on an index that considers both precipitation and the atmospheric evaporative demand, we can consider that droughts are probably increasing in severity. For example, we have studies in Spain that we have demonstrated some influence of this phenomena on the evolution of water resources in this region. And this is particularly serious. The role of this atmospheric evaporative demand is particularly serious during the periods of precipitation deficits. And we illustrated this issue during the drought that affected Western Europe in 2016 and 2017, in which large areas were affected by drought. The media was full of news of the strongest drought in the history. It was a disaster, etc., etc. And if we focus it on precipitation, really the drought was not strongly severe in terms of spatial extent and in intensity, but really the consequences were very, very strong. And really we can confirm that the drought that affected, for example, in large areas of France and areas of Central Europe, Northern Africa, and most of the Iberian Peninsula were mostly caused by temperature. And only in other areas of Central Europe, the main role was by precipitation. So in this area, in this summer period characterized by very strong heat waves and very strong demand by our atmosphere, in this period, the drought severity was reinforced by the atmospheric evaporative demand, or even in some areas was triggered more than the precipitation. And for the future, what is expected? Well, for the future in the Mediterranean area, really is not, the projection of the models are not very good, because for example, under 4 degrees of global warming, which is expected by the scenarios of higher emission of greenhouse gases, what is expected a strong reduction of precipitation for the future over the whole region, particularly in the southwestern area. And it is consistent with different metrics. For example, with metrics, not only with precipitation, but if we add to this projected precipitation decrease, an increase of the atmospheric evaporative demand, what we expect is that probably the Mediterranean is going to be one of the regions of the world in which the drought conditions are projected to increase more, and not only in terms of atmospheric variables, but also in terms, for example, of the soil moisture, runoff, etc. So probably our future will be drier and water resources availability compromised. So water management would be really a tricky issue for the future. Well, that's all. I would like to thanks for your attention, and if you have questions or any other issue, I will be happy to respond. Thank you very much.
So we are running out of time. And I would like to start with the second speaker. The water climate and drought, which is predicted for the future and for the present Turkey. And this is a faculty member of the Boğaziçi University, Professor Dr. Murat Türkeş. The floor is yours. I would like to start now in order not to lose time. I would like to say welcome to all of you. So we have got a small technical problem. I'm sure it will be solved soon. And I won't share any technical issues with you or theoretical issues with you. And I will talk about the climate of Turkey and hydroclimatology will be taken up by me, and water management, water policies in the provinces will be taken up by me, and in the future. So I will only talk about Turkey. I don't want to get into other regions. In the future, in Turkey, so what sort of precipitation regime is coming up, and how will be the precipitation in the future in Turkey? I will talk about that. So, in short, in Turkey, I would like to talk about the climate in Turkey. So roughly in the Mediterranean basin, so we have a dry summer, subtropical Mediterranean climate, and Turkey is located in this geography with this climate. Although there is no climate change at all, a great part of Turkey, apart from the Black Sea region and the northeastern, apart from the Black Sea region and northeastern Anatolia, there are climate problems in Turkey, in the other regions of Turkey, there are climate problems. So you can see the precipitation all over Turkey, the annual mean precipitation in Turkey, and the potential annual use of water is calculated from this annual mean precipitation. You can see some mountainous areas of the Mediterranean region and the Black Sea region, and they have got lots of precipitation. However, the annual mean precipitation is below 500 or 600 millimeters. And so we have the precipitation seasonality index here. And so we see that the Mediterranean climate is reigning over Turkey. And another feature of the Mediterranean climate is the following. It is very variable. Even though there is no climate change, this climate is very variable. And also the variation of annual precipitation is different. And as you can see on this map, so in half of Turkey, seasonability is very high. And that means in the western and southern parts of Turkey, we have this Mediterranean climate. The summers are very dry, and also in 2019, in 2020, and even in January 2021, we have experienced drought in winter. So the climatological summer drought is available. However, in winter, we have seen also some drought this year, and this is a real drought. And in the cities, so with regard to the water potential and with regard to the level of the dams, it might give rise to some problems. The drought can give some problems, give rise to some problems. And Sergio has talked about some theories today. For example, so you can see annual aridity index here. And so semi-arid, dry, subhumid, and moist subhumid areas of Turkey occupy about 60% of the country's surface area. Well, these are the red areas here. Semi-arid, dry, subhumid, humid, and moist subhumid areas of Turkey. They occupy 60% of the country's surface area. And there's a water deficit. And under the present climate conditions, we can see that the soil balance is disturbed. And you can see here climates of Turkey according to the Köppen-Geiger climate classification. In the western and southern part of Turkey, these are yellow. In the inner parts, there's a semi-arid climate, semi-arid areas. And in the southeast, we have a cold climate. It is only the Black Sea region where there's no problem with the precipitation and water. So when we evaluate the present time and the future, when droughts appear, then we have to think about the water-soil balance and increase of population and the level of the use of water in the provinces and the soil humidity conditions. So we have to look at all these factors because the physical geography of Turkey is very rich and the rain precipitation regime is very rich and the seasonality is very high and geography is very different and there's pressure of population. And therefore, when we look at the climate change, then we plan it in all the sectors, and then we can see that in future, the climate will create some different conditions. And I will give you an example. For example, what is the probability of drought in Turkey? And here on this map, you see that the total, the monthly, so geographical distributions of the drought probabilities from the extremely dry SPI class of monthly total precipitation series from 96 stations in Turkey. In the western and southern regions of Turkey, so there's a precipitation ranging from 17% to 30%. However, in some months there can be drought. For example, in a year, in such regions, so the 3 months in a year have the probability to be extremely dry, and the local authorities say to take up this issue. So I will talk about a drought hazard disaster. Here there are two maps. The upper map shows us the risk for drought. and social and economic vulnerability is shown here. The red and orange parts show to us that under the present conditions and social economic conditions, this shows us the vulnerability to drought, and this map below shows to us that disaster and drought conditions of Turkey are being shown. And so 60% of Turkey so from medium to high drought risk is possible. And how has this been calculated? The present socioeconomic conditions and ecological conditions have been taken up, and they show us and we have created a model from this. And when we look at this map, we can see that Istanbul medium risk, for Izmir bad news, because the Izmirians know that already. And in this map, the region of Izmir
koşullarda yani bugün
has a very high risk. So under the prevailing socioeconomic conditions, high drought and disaster risk is available in Izmir. And of course, when we plan and fresh water, we have to take into account this high risk of Turkey. And so what sort of a climate will we have in the future? Sergio has made the global evaluations, and he has talked about the precipitation. That's why I skipped the precipitation. However, I would like to say the following. And today, so we can make the following evaluation. And so in terms of precipitation and the drought, Turkey is in a very bad situation. Here we see a map, and this is a global map, and it shows us the global precipitation change in the future. At the end of this century, we will see that in the Mediterranean basin and in the great part of subtropical belt, we can see that there will be a decrease in the precipitation. Yes, a very serious decrease in the precipitation is expected. And of course, we have drought here in Turkey. We will have drought here, and in the north of the world, precipitation will increase. The mayor has already said the following: the problem is not a drought, and they are talking about the increase of rains and the excessive precipitation, and that it will exceed our capacity. This is the problem. However, we are talking about, and we are living in a region where the precipitation will decrease to a great extent. I will give you some examples from Turkey, and it is based on our urban studies in Turkey. So at the medium level climate change scenario and at the most pessimist scenario, also regionally, so there will be an increase of between 1 and 3 centigrades. And so at the end of the century, it will be very hot, especially in summer and spring. The temperatures will increase. And today, we have already high temperatures. And with regard to the precipitation, is in a great part of Turkey, apart from the Black Sea region, there is a decrease in the total precipitation, and that there is a tendency for drought. And in these maps, RCB 4.5 is written here, and this is the medium level medium climate change scenario, and 11 is a pessimistic model. And we can see, apart from the Black Sea region, medium level climate change scenario, and also the pessimistic climate change scenarios, regional models have been made, and we can see that in the daily, monthly precipitation will decrease to a great extent. This is what we expect. There will be drought. And there is also a change in the humidity and rainy days. When we look at this, at both of the climate change scenarios, we can see that in Istanbul and for Istanbul and Izmir,
for the western part of Turkey, there will be a huge decrease in the days with humidity and precipitation. And when we look at excessive precipitation, no, this is not excessive, I must say, very strong and very strong precipitation, 10 or between 10 and 25 millimeter. Then we can see 10 millimeter, 20 and 25 millimeter precipitation, very strong precipitation. In both scenarios will appear in the Mediterranean region, in the western and southern parts of the region, that there will be a decrease in this precipitation. And of course, the underground water, soil, humidity and increasing temperature and increasing evaporation have to be taken up in order to create an information about the situation of the agricultural soil. And of course, and with regard to water management and soil management, what sort of a future will we have? And there's another precipitation indices and consecutive dry days and humid days. What do I mean with that? Consecutive means that at least 5 days are dry, and consecutive humid days means that 5 days, at least 5 days, have precipitation. And according to both scenarios, only at the consecutive dry days, there is an increase in the west. However, apart from that, when we look at the changes in the consecutive dry days, we can see that they are negative. And also with the changes in the consecutive humid days, when we look at the number, then we will see that there is a very obvious decrease in the number of these consecutive humid days. And what is the effect on the total climate of all these? And I will use the precipitation indications in order to know what sort of a future we will have with regard to water, and what is the impact of all of this on the climate of Turkey. And this is the drought index map of Turkey. And as you can see with the yellow and orange colors, it shows us that under raining conditions, that it is drought, so semi-arid, arid, and humid regions are available. And so when we make a modeling here at a medium level climate change scenario, so in 2030, most probably, the annual water deficit will be very high, and so that the dry areas will increase. In other words, so the climatic regions with drought account for 60% right now. However, in the middle of the century and later, it will increase to 60, 70, 80%. The dry areas will account for 60, 70, 80% at the end of this century. And apart from the Black Sea region, in a great part of Turkey, there is the probability of drought. And also the precipitation will vary to a great extent. In another study, we have taken up the changes of humidity in soil. The temperature is increasing and the precipitation regime is changing. However, most importantly, when the temperature increases, then the real and the potential evaporation increases, and this increases then the drought, and most importantly, the humidity balance of the soil is disturbed. And so it has a negative effect on the water potential. For example, your water in the dams is being excessively used, and this is also under the pressure of drought, and also with excessive temperatures, so the evaporation increases. So this gives rise to loss of water. And when we look at the changes of humidity in the soil in basins, according to these different scenarios, we see the following: in the beginning, and in the mid, and at the end of the century, in a great part of the water basins of Turkey, most probably the soil humidity changes will be negative. There will be a very negative change, humidity change in the soil in the water basins of Turkey. And according to the different scenarios and models, we have this result. And at the same time, the use of agricultural water has also a very negative impact on the general situation of water in Turkey. And this is another map, and so you can see that according to the different scenarios, so it has already been stated that there are different drought indices, and so according to BDSI drought index, so you can see the probability of very strong and extremely strong and weak changes. With the precipitation, the humidity of the soil and the temperature of air are changing, and with the increasing temperature, the evaporation increases. So when the temperature increases, there is a carbon dioxide fertilizing, and later on, as you can see here, so the severity of the drought will increase. For example, in comparison to today, so when we reach the middle of the century, according to the Palmer drought severity in the index, so we will have a so at the end of the century, in comparison to today, the severity of drought will go beyond 80%. And in the future, so the severity of the drought is being shown by the study. And of course, there are so many studies, however, it is impossible to tell you all these studies. Now, I would like to conclude my speech. First of all, the present climate of Turkey, so the water climate is not rich. We don't have much water. 60% of Turkey's land area has the features of being dry land, arid land. So 60% of the land is arid land, dry land. We have so 60% of the Turkish land area has a very high seasonality, and the increasing temperatures, they decrease the humidity of the soil, and they increase the evaporation. And after 2050, so Turkey will be much warmer, and the temperatures will increase by 3 or 4 centigrades, and the precipitations most probably in a great part of Turkey, they will decrease by 50, 60, or 70%. And the severity of drought will increase in the next decades. And we are conducting here many studies, and I would like to share a study with you about drought. And so the temperatures in Turkey increase very fast, and also the frequency and the time of warm weather waves are increasing. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Turkesh, for this speech.
Sorular için zamanımız.
Unfortunately, we haven't got any time for questions and answers. And now I would like to start with the second part of the session. And so we have to protect the water basins in order to assure the future of water. I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Akgün İlhan, and he is a faculty member of Sabancı University. And, the title of his speech is The Impact of Canal Istanbul on Water Resources. So you have got 20 minutes, Mr. Akgün. We are here today together with our metropolitan mayors and the water workers. In this room, we have got many people coming from all parts of Turkey. Some of them are academics, just like me, and the others are the members of the NGOs. And of course, we have also many people from the public sector. So I'm sorry that I've forgotten my mask, because the mask has become an integrated part of our life. And now, can you hear me better now without my mask? So we have come here in order to celebrate the World Water Day. However, in the whole world, there's not much success which has to be celebrated. We have more issues than success which have to be solved. And that's why we have come together here. And tomorrow we will be talking about that. And so people from different disciplines will take up the water crisis, the climate crisis, and they will try to find a solution for this problem. And we will try to create a roadmap tomorrow. And tomorrow, everyone will return back to their own cities. And so we will continue our pathway. And that's why this roadmap will help us to find our direction. Today we are all water, we are all a drop of water. And I would like to talk about the Canal Istanbul project. The Canal Istanbul project is not an issue only for Istanbul, it is an issue for all of Turkey. And what I'm going to share with you is the impact of the Canal Istanbul on water resources. And of course, this project will have a very negative impact on all other areas, because it is a giant project. It will have giant impacts. So I will talk about the impact of this Canal Istanbul on our water assets. In order to explain all this to you, I have to do the following. In order to explain all this, I have to explain to you how this project is going to be constructed on a city. As you know, Istanbul accounts for 5% of the population of Turkey. It is not only the most crowded city of Turkey, and Istanbul is also one of the most crowded cities of Europe. There is no river crossing the city in the mid, and the cities are mostly established around waters, etc. And so Istanbul is located between two seas, between Black Sea and Marmara. And it has been many mountains, and it is called the city with 7 hills. And therefore, it has been a very important issue, very difficult to carry the water throughout the history. However, is Istanbul poor of water? No, not at all. And it has 174 rivers. And most of them have dried out because of the climate change and because of the wrong urbanization. And when we look at the average precipitation, then we can see that it is about the average of Turkey. However, our greatest problem is the huge population, the population density. Per square kilometer, there are 3,000 people. And this is the most intensively populated city in whole Europe. And the per capita water, with regard to that, So it is very poor with per capita water. It is in the basin of Marmara, 226 cubic meter per year per capita, and there is a scarcity of water. By 2050, this will even decrease more. And of course, it is not only the climate change which decreases our water crisis, also the increasing population decreases our water resources. And of course, when we look at Istanbul, at the European part and the Asian part, we can see that there is an imbalance of water. And as you can see here, 35% of Istanbul is living at the Asian part, and the per capita water, 57% of the water resources are in the Asian part. However, 65% of the population lives in the European part. They have only 43% of the water. There is an imbalance of the distribution of water, and this imbalance is emerging because we don't listen to the voice of nature. We don't listen to the sound and voice of nature. And you can see the water sources which are feeding Istanbul from Kırklareli to Tuesday. And this is not even a Marmara region. The water have to flow to Istanbul because the population of Istanbul is increasing. For many years, we have been saying that the population of İzmir, Istanbul is 16 million, but it is more now. And that water is not enough for Istanbul, so Istanbul is going to be a city with a deficit of water. And when we are having such a problem, a Canal Istanbul project is being constructed over the city. This canal starts here from the Black Sea, and it continues at the eastern part of Turkos, and Sazıldere Dam is here. This is one of the most important dams of fresh water of Istanbul, and afterwards it goes to Küçükçeşmece, so it ends at the Marmara Sea. It is 45 kilometers long. The width is 360 meters, and the depth is 20.5 meters. And the reason to create such a canal is to easy the traffic at the straits, and to create a traffic at the straits, to ease the traffic at the strait. However, employment and family and tourism, all the sectors are included in this project. And the project's main aim is to generate profits. What is the impact? So what is the impact of this project on the water resources? And first of all, I will talk about the amount of the water resources. And this canal will include the Terkos Lake and also the dam. And therefore, in total, so when you calculate it, so from 55 from the dam and 18 from Terkos Lake, and 73 million cubic million will be destroyed. And the water supply of 1 month will be totally disappearing. And this canal will carry salt water, and although it is impermeable around, however, there is the risk that the Terkos Lake will be salty, and in that case, 6.5 million people won't get water from this lake, because this lake can be salty because of this canal. As I said, the Terkos Lake is being fed from water coming from 7 dams. So it is an intermediary depot.
Dolayısıyla aslında 55
And therefore, 55 plus 142 plus 235 equal 432 million cubic meters of water will disappear. And this will happen over time. It won't happen immediately. And so we are talking about 67% of the water resources the European part of Istanbul will be at risk because of this canal. Now I have talked about the amount of water. Now I will talk about the quality of water. Of course, you can see which dams will be affected by this canal and how the quality is going to be impacted. The underground water will be impacted because we know that underground water will be polluted by this salt water, and this will certainly happen over time. They will create some impermeability, but when you look at the geology, then you can see that there's a very intensive urbanization, and this is an urbanization project. And when we look at the problems brought by the future earthquakes, then a disaster will happen. So the impermeability can be destroyed at any time. So all the underground water can be polluted. Not only Istanbul, all the Thrace can be impacted adversely. 3 other cities can be hit by that. And İzmir has got infrastructures and some facilities, and they will be also impacted to a great extent because the European part will be dissected by this canal. And when you look at such a line, when you think about such a line, then you know that it will impact many facilities. It will destroy many other facilities. What does that mean? New facilities have to be constructed for the water services to develop. And Mr. Raif has calculated all this in the Kanal Istanbul book. This has been calculated. And so the cost of this will exceed 20 billion Turkish lira. And when we look at the inflation this year, it will be even more. And therefore, before starting with the Istanbul Canal construction, all these facilities, all these buildings which are going to be demolished, they have to be reconstructed. And İSKİ and the Istanbul municipality, how can they cope with such a problem? And there is another impact apart from that. And it will have a great impact on the supply and demand of water. And Kanal Istanbul will create a new settlement, a new city. And also the third bridge, and also when we think about that with the third bridge and with the third Istanbul airport, there is a great construction there. And what does that mean? Many millions of people will come to this place. We shouldn't discuss this. Some say 1.5 million or 3 million people will come here, but we know that a great number of people will live here, and that means that they will need a greater amount of water. And it has been said everywhere. And also the World Health Organization has a report about this, and the dams, the Samsun and Pirinci dams, they are located in the European area, and also another dam is being planned, and they have to be finished, and also in Kırklareli, we have to create another dam because more people are flowing in, and when more people are coming, then we are consuming all our water supply, and so the water's demand is increasing and water supply is decreasing, and this cannot happen, and it has such a negative effect on the water resources. And I would like to show you the following. I have got 2 minutes only. And Osman Gazi and Sungurlu dams, they haven't constructed yet. However, although they are located at the Asian part, and from Asia to the European part, the water is being carried up. And of course, the river flow regimes will change, and all the river beds and the basins will change because there's a dissection. And 66 rivers will be dissected, and only 2 of them are flowing to Küçükçekmece, and the remainder. For the remainder rivers, the flow regimes will be totally destroyed, and when the canal is established, it will have a disastrous impact. So normally, So Istanbul is consisting of two peninsulas. And in the most populated region, we will create an island. And all the world countries, because they are afraid of climate change, when they are in panic, when the other countries are in panic of climate change, we are creating an island. What does that mean? That the water resources and will be more vulnerable in the face of COVID pandemic and other issues, and we will be more dependent on water. So Canal Istanbul is decreasing the quality and quantity of the water resources, and it creates a great financial burdens, and the water supply of the city is decreased and will be decreased, and water demand will increase, and the flow regimes of the regions will be degenerated, and the vulnerability of the city increases. I would like to share a few photos with you. Maybe you haven't seen it, and I have walked here. So I have walked on foot on this route for 3 times, because in order to understand a city, you have to walk through the city, and this will be the beginning point here, and this is the Yeniköy area, and this is the Black Sea area. So we continue. I had taken this photo in April 2 years ago. This is a very beautiful place. When we talk about Istanbul, then you shouldn't think only about concrete. Istanbul means cultural and biological diversity and richness. You can see sheep here and goats and the shepherds, and you can see bulls, and there is a huge potential. As a conclusion, I would like to say the following. If Kanal Istanbul is not realized, and we can do that, the danger will still continue. What we have to do is the canal route has to be protected from construction, from concrete. And in order to do that, we have to protect our wetlands, our dams, all the ecosystems with water have to be protected. And how can we do that? We have to create economic sustainability for that. What do we have to do? The ecosystem potential has to be used and also has to be evaluated very well. The tourism and the animal husbandry potential has to be exploited. And if there's no water, there will be no Istanbul. Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, and the last speech of this session has to be postponed because we have got very restricted time, and we will continue with this speech in the beginning of the next session in the afternoon. Thank you. If you had the opportunity to take your pictures, so please be seated in the section allocated for press members. Thank you.
Evet, değerli misafirlerimiz,
Distinguished guests, so please be seated. We are about to start. Distinguished guests, our program is about to be started. Please be seated. Thank you for your understanding.
Burada konuşacak.
saygıdeğer misafirlerimiz,
Distinguished guests, our session is about to start, so please be seated. Distinguished press members, I think that you have already taken necessary pictures, so please be seated in the section allocated for press members. Thank you.
sizlerden de size için ayrılan basın alanımıza geçmenizi rica ediyoruz. Saygıdeğer konuklarımız,
Distinguished guests, so distinguished guests who are here and before their screens, and now we are together with you again in the summit for water in the cities, and we are on the World Water Day, and we are trying to propose scientific and modern solutions so that we can live resourceful nature for the coming generations. Today is a very special day. This moment is a very valuable moment because almost 40 million citizens are served by Adana, Antalya, İzmir, Eskişehir, Hatay, İskenderun, Muğla, Tekirdağ, Ardahan, Burdur, Çanakkale, Kırklareli, and Sinop mayors are all here. So they are here, and we are honored with your presence. And we are going to be discussing leadership in water management. So welcome to the Mayor's Summit. And before starting these speeches, we have a very meaningful video. Let's watch it together. Thank you.
dünyanın en değerli kaynağı. Yanlış politikalar nedeniyle günden güne azalıyor. Bir anda kuraklıklar, bir anda sel felaketleri. Giderse su bulmakta zorlanacağız. Biz diyoruz ki her şey doğru bir bakış ve doğru bir politikayla başlar. Sürdürülebilir su politikaları oluşturabilmek için bir büyükşehir belediyemiz el ele veriyor. Başka bir su yönetimi yok. Suyumuza hep birlikte sahip çıkalım, yarınlara umut olalım.
Now, so climate crisis will cause drought and aridity, and we should not remain silent before this. There's no excuse to be silent, and we have to protect our future for our children. And municipality is hosting this event, and I would like to invite Mr. Tunç Soyer, the mayor of İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, in order to moderate this session. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome all. So this is the World Water Day. It's a bit rainy and a fertile day, and we are here in İzmir, and we are here to lay the foundations for the new water policy in Turkey. So this is a historical meeting. Welcome, we are honored with your presence. In Turkey, in the last 6 years, and so we have dried up wetlands which are larger than Marmara Sea, and we need river ecosystems that flow freely, but unfortunately all of them are almost lost, and underground water resources are now too deep, hundreds of meters deep, and in the past our country did not know what drought is, but now fertile lands are facing aridity and drought and lack of water, and every year we are concerned whether our water will be sufficient for the coming year. And today Turkey is fighting with drought and aridity because our water has been mismanaged for almost 50 years now. Climate crisis strengthens, aggravates the aridity risk in our lands, and this policy should have been abandoned. Unfortunately, any water policy has not been developed to meet the requirements of the modern age, and unfortunately, decisions were made which even aggravated the existing problems. Only 3 days ago, on the 19th of March, the world was fighting drought and aridity, and in Turkey, an amendment has been made in regulation for the protection of wetlands. So this is a very arbitrary statement which is open to interpretation, and wetlands which have been protected for years, now it will be possible to construct large infrastructure projects in these wetlands, although they were protected for long years. According to 2019 data, 77% of the Turkish water resources are used for agricultural purposes, and we need agricultural crop models with modern techniques because these use less water, and we can even obtain higher yields through agriculture. And science says that it's possible to protect our drinking water and to fight poverty and drought. And unfortunately, Turkish agriculture is left to a water policy which is not rational anymore. And unfortunately, this policy is not giving us fertility; it is giving us the seeds of poverty. And here in Izmir, we are ready to transform this, and we have started to develop a strong agricultural economy. And aridity is not the fate of our country, and we are going to announce a new and modern water policy here. And 22 mayors of Turkey understand this policy, and alternative water management is possible. This is the common text of all mayors here, and I'm hoping that this text will flourish these three, our determination and our hope, which is fresh, and our sense of unity, sense of collaboration that we all know. In order to have water here, welcome to İzmir, and we are honored with your presence. Distinguished guests, today, so we have successful mayors among us who have written successful stories in their cities, and they preserve the hope for the future in Turkey, and they are also building the future for Turkey. So we have all these mayors with us today, and I would like to thank all of them here in your presence. We are honored with their presence, and I would like to thank each of them individually here. And now, so in order to listen to their assessment, I would like to invite them, Adana Metropolitan Mayor Mr. Zeydan Karalar. So we will be listening to their assessments here on the stage. And valuable Ankara Metropolitan Mayor Mr. Mansur Yavaş. Yes, Zeydan Bey, you are here, 01 Adana traffic plate, and Özlem Çayçoğlu, Aydın Metropolitan Mayor. And distinguished Mayor of Eskişehir, Mr. Yılmaz Büyükerşen. Welcome. He's our mentor. And Hatay Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Lütfü Savaş. And Istanbul Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu. And Mersin Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Vahap Seçer. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. And yesterday, he was our host, and Muğla Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Osman Gürüm. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. And distinguished Mayor of Tekirdağ, Kadir Albayrak, Mr. Kadir Albayrak. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Please be seated. Yes. And we will start with Mr. Mayor Zeydan. And we will be listening to all panelists about the summit. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Distinguished mayors, distinguished assistant deputy presidents, distinguished participants, I would like to greet you with respect. And I would like to thank Mr. Tunç Soyer and his colleagues, because there are many unnecessary discussions in Turkey. Unfortunately, they are not making discussions about important issues that are very important for our future, because, and we would like to thank Tunç Soyer because he has shown that it's necessary to make important discussions for the future of our country. And 30 or 40 years later, water will be very valuable. Water and fertile lands will be the most important, valuable assets in the world. And we started to have problems with water starting from today. And given the climate change, only 10 years later, almost half of the population in the world will be in places with water shortage. It's quite obvious. And so climate is changing, and if we cannot prevent this climate change, so the consequences will be even more severe. And today, So we have to look into the future and we have to take measures and we have to be discussing an alternative water management, and this is a very valuable initiative, and I would like to greet all the participants with respect, and I would like to congratulate Mr. Tunç Soyer from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Mr. Zeydan. We are grateful to you for coming here and for sharing your views with us. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Mansur Yavaş. I would like to greet you with respect. First of all, the organization of this meeting is very important in terms of creating awareness. So could you please take off your mask because we cannot hear you clearly. And it is very important to have this meeting here because our country is going towards drought, and particularly in the central Anatolia where we are living, in 20 or 25 years, it will become a desert. So this is what we are saying. We see this trend, but unfortunately no measures are taken towards this direction. Everybody is wasting water, and unfortunately no decisions are being made in relation to water management. And in the past, I made a study abroad, and in 1930s, a study was made. So there was a drought in the 1930s in the world, and they have taken measures in the place where we visited, and no one was allowed to extract water from the lakes or from the streams. Even those involved in agriculture would have to abide by a water management plan. So we have discovered this a bit late, and now in Ankara there are many hobby gardens, and 70% of our water is used by only a 15% minority, and they are destroying our water with free irrigation, and the calcification occurs in the soil and becomes unusable. And time to time, we have shared our views with the Ministry of Environment so that a different tariff structure should be adopted, which would be in levels. But as mayors that are managing almost half of Turkey, we should come together and we should protect water, which is the environment of our age, and we have developed a manifesto, and it is going to be issued here, and it has been signed by the 11 metropolitan mayors and mayors of other provinces, and we are going to make a call to the world. We hope that our voice will be heard and measures will be taken. Unfortunately, sometimes we take measures after we lose things, but for the first time, there is an administration which takes measures before losing things, and I would like to thank Mr. Mayor once more for organizing this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Mansur Yavaş. Distinguished participants. Today, Antalya Metropolitan Municipality Mayor Muhittin Böcek was going to be here, but in yesterday's meeting in Bula, he was with us, but today he cannot be with us. He has a short message prepared for us, so let's hear out what he says. So our geography is going to be highly influenced by the climate crisis. So precautions that we're going to take today are crucial. So as the mayors, we work on this issue and we will develop water policies, and it is going to be a way to fulfill a historical responsibility for all of us. In Antalya, we are serving tourists, guests from all around the world, and to our citizens as well, depending on the increasing population. Of course, we will be facing water crisis, so before it is too late, we need to take precautions. So we should be preserving, yes, tomorrow's water, not only today's waters, and we need to implement effective water policies. As Antalya Metropolitan Municipality, we have started many projects on these in order to prevent water leakages. For the first time in our period, we have started the renewal of 300 kilometers of water pipeline renewable project. And also, in order to protect underground water resources, we have put 122 underground water resources under our protection. In order to avoid ineffective water use, we started cascaded water usage among our citizens, and we have a contract with Turkstat, so we get our water quality analyzed regularly. And in the water use in the agricultural activities, we are also working on this area. We are working on the growing of Chinese saplings, which will need less water, and we are also conducting awareness raising projects in our area. So we are well aware of the importance of water, but we also know that local endeavors will not be enough. So we believe that all responsibilities, all stakeholders should act in the same level of responsibility. We are determined and ready to implement new water management policies, and we are here to fulfill our historical responsibility to protect next generation's water. I greet you all with respect, and I hope that this study will be efficient for the future of our country. May you be highly as the water. So, Özlem Çerçioğlu, Aydın Metropolitan Municipality Mayor. Hello. Today we are representing more than half of Turkey's population. We have mayors, district mayors, distinguished participants. We are here for the Sustainable Water Policies Summit. So thank you very much for this organization, Mr. Soyer. I'm very happy to be here with you today. So I think natural water resources should be preserved, especially underground resources should be very serious. I'm sorry to say that, but we are using them without thinking. We have illegal drilling wells, so they should be immediately prevented, and the supervisions should be implemented at the highest level to prevent those, and modern irrigation systems should be started to be used in agriculture, because water consumption in agriculture is very important. There should be a planning, there should be a pattern to follow, and finally, before aridness start to manage us, we should start managing water. Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Thank you very much. It's almost time that aridness start managing us, so we have very limited time. Now I would like to give the floor to our professor, Mayor of Eskişehir Metropolitan Municipality, Yılmaz Büyükerşen. Yes, the floor is yours.
Tekrar basar mısınız hocam? Tamam.
I'd like to extend the greetings of the people of İzmir to Mr. Soyer and people of İzmir. So I'd like to greet you with love and respect on behalf of Eskişehir people. Water is very important for all livelihood, for human beings in the world. I think there is no need to repeat this. Sorry, I'm really sorry, I apologize. Sometimes technology makes these kind of jokes. So from time to time, we may have water shortages at our households, and we know that how life can turn into a torture when there is a water cut. So for a very limited time, having no running water in the household actually causes great problems. So we know the importance of water. So as you know, Turkey is not very rich in water resources. Actually, it's on the contrary. Rivers, creeks, lakes, and wetlands and the underground water in our country, we have to acknowledge that Turkey is actually poor in water resources. And today we have 85 million people in the country, and nature takes some precautions when resources are not used properly. So in order to ensure the future in terms of water, we need to take action immediately. As you know, nature has its own ways to defend itself. So the lakes are draining out, they're drying out. We know that the water resources underground are changing, are shifting, or they are being retrieved to the deeper levels. So this actually leaves us with even a poorer situation in terms of the water. And it is also wrong to perceive it this way. In general, our citizens mostly assume that or believe that I should have the privilege of accessing water anytime, any amount of water anytime. It's not correct, actually. As long as you pay for the water, you cannot use the amount you like, the time you want. This should not be the perception. Actually, we should change this perception. We should start with the schools, students. We should give this message to everyone, to all citizens, that this is a crisis and the water is a very scarce resource. So this this way of thinking that if I pay for it, I can use the amount of water whenever I want is wrong. And using the water efficiently, we should enlighten people who are involved in agricultural activities. This is a highly important role because agricultural modeling and water demand should be put into a plan, and there should be a logical basis on that. But unfortunately, governments are not attaching necessary importance to that issue. In Eskişehir, we are experiencing really great difficulties in terms of that. As you know, Eskişehir's single water resource is Porsuk River. So there is a dam called Porsuk. This is where the water is collected, and this is where the city water is used. But in June, July, and August, we have a water scarcity, and with a neighboring district, Polatlı, which is actually linked to Ankara, another province, we almost get into a war for the usage of the water of that dam. So, because there has been no solution found for the agricultural water usage, farmers want to use the water resources with surface irrigation. Of course, we do not want this because this is not a proper, efficient way of using water. If we foresee that it is going to be an extremely dry season, we try to warn our farmers and we try to lead them to use actually to plant vegetation which will require less water, but they still, of course, they do not always follow our recommendations. They still plant whatever they want, and they want to use excessive water for agricultural purposes. Eskişehir is also a touristic city, and this Porsuk River actually runs along the city, which is a tourist attraction. And when you withdraw water, of course, the smelling starts, which is not nice for touristic activities. So, when this happens, State Hydraulic Works receives an order from higher echelons, and then the doors of the dam is opened, and the river retains its level. So this is the condition that we're operating, and we do not have adequate water resources. And of course, there should be a greater scale project planning, and it should be based on law. And this law, this regulation should give authority to local administrations. That's all what I'd like to say at the moment, and I greet you all with respect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now I'd like to give the floor to Hatay Metropolitan Municipality, Lütfü Savaş. The floor is yours. Distinguished Deputy General Secretary, distinguished members of the Parliament, members of academia, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press, I greet you all with respect. Welcome to this summit. I would like to thank the host of this important organization, Mayor Soyer, and all those who have contributed to this organization. As a medical doctor, I'd like to share something with you. Yes, there are some problems which occur all of a sudden and turns your life upside down, and some problems actually comes towards you by shouting for many years, but you just watch and do nothing, actually. So COVID-19 was something happening as a surprise. So it was almost like a surprise for the whole humanity. So for the solution of this problem, science people are working really hard to save humanity from this pandemic. And the other side, water is a problem. Yes, we know that Turkey is a water poor country, and we have been talking about it for many years, and we're walking towards droughtless as a country for many years. We know that Turkey is surrounded by seas, but we can only use 2% of the water that we can see at the moment in the country. So we have to be really careful in preserving and efficiently using that 2% water. When you look at the world, there are two important elements which improves our appetite. One is safe food, the second is technology. In terms of technology, the world is discussing Industry 5.0. We are around 2.5, so there is still a long time till we reach up to Industry 0.5. But in terms of safe food, we can be among the top 5 countries, but we have to be preserving our water. That's why today's meeting is very important. The decisions that we are going to take today, common goals and common pathways, are going to actually be very specific, very determinant in terms of these policies. So we are politicians, yes, but when the topic is water, the policies should be left aside, politics should be left aside. So we are here as mayors, but also as science people. So we say that let's decide together, let's make sound steps together, and let's walk towards the goal in a healthy way. Thank you very much for this organization.
Teşekkür ederim.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, so we have received great support for this organization. İstanbul Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, is now going to speak. Thank you very much, distinguished Mayor, distinguished Deputy General Presidents, distinguished colleagues, participants. Actually, here, our country is has an agenda which changes constantly, every day, almost every morning. And today we are here to discuss a very important topic. And I'm really happy to be here in İzmir with this beautiful organization made by our esteemed mayor. I'm really honored to be here. And this topic is very important. And now we are here with 11 metropolitan mayors, as well as 11 provincial mayors, and so we are representing 65% of national population. And so this is not an ordinary topic, this is not something temporary, and there are many topics and many issues and problems in our country. This may be economic or political or educational, or it may be related to healthcare. We can always discuss, we can always try to overcome these challenges, but if they may come and we can overcome these problems, but water issue is not related to this. This is about a process. It's not something that you can find a solution instantly. We are all aware of this. Therefore, as I told earlier, so we may correct other issues, and also we can always display a will here in relation to water management. This is our responsibility. This is a global problem, climate change, drought. So this is very important, and millions of people are immigrating because of drought. This is what we are observing throughout the world. And also water resources are, so we should not take any action which would damage the water resources in our country, and we should not allow anyone to damage these water resources, water bodies. And there's a principle that we all attach importance, and so you should not go against the nature. So we should not act in contrary of the nature. So we should, when we are taking action, we should always take into account the characteristics of nature. And we are, unfortunately, we are witnessing an example here in Istanbul. Unfortunately, a concrete channel is desired to be built in Istanbul, and it is going to have a negative impact on the lives of 16 million people living there. This is a great threat, this is a betrayal, and particularly, so we should come all together. We should, so we are responsible for starting a mobilization. So this is a starting point. Everybody should rest assured that this is a starting point, and 85 million people are NGOs, public entities and agencies. They should all come together and collaborate and participate in this process. And so, so we will have to continue with the same will. So because this is a very important issue, we need to work together. So we are really happy that we will be hearing valuable speakers here, and I'm hoping that in the future the drought will be protected and the environment environment is protected, and we are going to trust our future to our young people, to children, and I'm hoping that this starting point will be beneficial for our entire country. Thank you very much. And now, Mersin Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Vahap Seçer. Yes, please, the floor is yours. So, can you hear me? So please speak a bit closer. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Tunç Soyer. And I would like to thank İzmir Metropolitan Municipality employees who made this organization possible. I would like to thank those who contributed to this organization. So water is the most important problem of today. So this is not a national problem, this is a global problem. Global warming, climate change brought by global warming, and also problems in water supply, drought. So these are all global challenges, and the population is growing. And as a result of the growing population, the needs are growing, and so and developing countries sometimes adopt wrong, inaccurate policies, which aggravates this problem. So we are acting as if the water has no end in the world. Although people know this problem, are aware of this problem, unfortunately the world cannot come together to reach a consensus and to find a joint solution. So when we look at the Western countries, we see that they seem to be friendly, but actually they are one of the causes of the global warming. And on the other hand, like we see in our country, so when the central government makes regulations and laws, we see that with the influence of certain lobbies, who want to obtain wide profits, unfortunately, they aggravate the situation through these regulations, which are pursuing profits for certain lobbies. So local governments and NGOs, they should all assume duties, and also the scientists and all humans, all citizens have duties to solve this problem. We have to come together. So this is our duty. And first of all, as local administrators, we should fulfill our duties in our mandate, in our purview. But when we are fulfilling our duties, we can do it only up to the limits of our mandate. So we can take acts and actions only in compliance with the laws, but these laws are enacted by the lawmakers, legislator, the Turkish National Assembly, and also presidential decree. So these influence us directly. We have to comply with them. And when we look at agriculture, we know that agriculture is the largest water consumer in Turkey. And on the other hand, there is industry, and also people need to access safe and clean water, and we need policies that meet the requirements of today. And as municipalities, we are responsible for ensuring that people can access safe and clean water, and we are responsible for infrastructure in relation to transformation to technological means, and we should be adopting innovation, and we allocate budgets for the infrastructure. But this issue is very important for the future of humanity. Thank you very much. I would like to thank people of İzmir, our mayors, our participants. I would like to greet you with respect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Muğla Metropolitan Mayor, Mr. Osman Gürün. Yes, the floor is yours. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Tunç Soyer, Mr. Mayor. So you brought all of us here, and together we are discussing a very important issue, and he has given us the opportunity to share our views. And I would like to thank all valuable mayors, and I would like to greet you with respect. And water is very important, and this has been underlined by all the previous speakers. And So what should we do from now on? And actually the thing to do is to systematically preserve the water resources. So what we need is, we need to draft a protocol to protect water resources. For instance, mining law. So there are enterprises that obtain mining licenses, and necessary actions should be taken to avoid any negative impact from mining activities, and basins should be protected. And secondly, we should do something about use and consumption of water. We need to control this use. As previous speakers have mentioned, more than 70% of water is consumed by agriculture, and wild irrigation is adopted in irrigation, and this also damages soil because it increases its salinity, and therefore we need to adopt a modern irrigation system. And thirdly, there is this grey water. This is the cyclical use of wastewater after treatment. So this is what we need to do. For instance, in rural center and also in all treatment plants that we are establishing, treatment water is used for green areas and for irrigation of plants, and green spaces in İzmir, in center, 85% of these green spaces are irrigated with treated wastewater. This is very important. And also the grey water coming from residences could be used in reservoirs. So we need a system to do this. And so this is how we should be developing our projects. So we can easily use the water that we use at homes for other purposes. We need to include this a part of the construction industry, and so we need to develop techniques to harvest rainwater, so that harvested rainwater can be used for other purposes. And we need to protect the basin, and we need to control and discipline water use. We need to have a balance of use in agriculture. We need to prevent leakages and losses, and we should be making use of grey water and making necessary technological transformations to use grey water. And other ministries and competent institutions should be prevented from damaging water resources. Therefore, we need to have a Ministry of Water, and so we need a system, a structure which will give priority to water and which will look into any activity that might damage water resources such as mining. We are hoping that we will be creating this ministry and we will do what is needed. I would like to greet you with respect. Thank you. Thank you. Tekirdağ Metropolitan Mayor Kadir Bayrak. Yes. Distinguished Deputy General President, distinguished Metropolitan Mayors, distinguished Provincial Mayors, General Managers of the Water and Sewerage Administration, and ladies and gentlemen that are present here, and distinguished members of the press. So this is a very beautiful day, and we are very happy to be here in this event organized by İzmir Metropolitan Municipality. This is the Summit for the Sustainable Water Policies in Cities, and I'm greeting you on behalf of people of Tekirdağ, more than 1 million. And today, so we can discuss what we have received, but I would like to give you two striking examples actually. And for almost 35 years, I worked for Tekel factory, and in Tekirdağ, when we first started, we were purchasing grapes. This was the harvest time, and every year between 15th of September and 20th of September, this is where we purchase grapes. When I first started in 1973 or 1975, and I left in 2007, and it was 15 August when I left. So this was the impact of the global warming. It used to be in September, the grapes would be harvested in September, but now it was in August. So this shows how global warming affects agriculture. And now when we look at the agenda of Turkey, Edirne, Kırklareli, Çanakkale, Tekirdağ, so with their permission, I would like to talk on behalf of them. I asked for their permission. I think I can talk about them. So we have an Ergene Basin, and we have Ergene River, and for years, so the most prominent crops of trace were harvested thanks to this Ergene River. This has always been an important river, and in 1970s, something has started which accelerated in 1990s, and it's reached a peak in 2000s. This was industrialization. There is 1,051 enterprises, and there are more than 1,500 industrial enterprises. There are many organized industrial zones, particularly in the first stage. Textile plants were created, and they were wasting underground waters, so that the flow rate of Ergene has doubled. And now, so there is this Ergene Action Plan, which was started in 2011. This is for cleaning Ergene Basin and to restore it to its original position. But unfortunately, nothing has been achieved under this plan, and still Ergene poison is flowing through Ergene, and we see that it's causing diseases. And there's also something else very important. So this flow rate of the river is increasing because underground water is being used, and Tekirdağ Metropolitan Municipality was, we created irrigation administration, and now 70,000 cubic meters of water used annually is coming from 429 underground wells. And in the beginning, we could extract water at 50 meters. Now we can extract water at 350 meters. This means that when you go deeper, the quality of the water is reduced. In order to make this water usable, you need to treat it, and therefore this increases the cost of water. So I just want to say that, yes, I have things to say. And so we are going to sign this manifesto saying that an alternative water management is possible. 11 metropolitan mayors and 11 provincial mayors will be signing this. This is what we are promising. I just want to say that we are hoping that, so we know that 70% of the water is consumed in agriculture. Therefore, we need to develop new policies, and we need biological treatment to help with the environment. And Tekirdağ Metropolitan Municipality has already done this, but we are committed, we trust in ourselves, and we are going to sign this manifesto, and we are promising you a very good future. And I would like to greet you with respect, and thank you.
I'd like to thank all the panelists, all our mayors, distinguished deputy general secretaries, provincial heads of the People's Republic Party, distinguished members of the parliament, distinguished district mayors and members of the assembly, municipal assembly. So as the 11 metropolitan municipality mayors, we have written a manifest. This is just a starting point. We will be signing it today, but this is a starting point. We know that an alternative water management is possible, and we will be making the first steps, and we will be sharing the following steps with you in the future. So I'd like to thank all the mayors mayors. I'm grateful to all of them because we are acting together. I'd like to thank their sponsors because from yesterday they were with us. They didn't leave us alone. So Ardahan Mayor, Faruk Mayor, Burdur Mayor, Ali Orkun Ercengiz, Çanakkale Mayor, Nurgül Gökhan, Edirne Mayor, Recep Gürkan, Kırklareli Mayor, Mehmet Siyam Kesimoğlu, and Sinop Mayor, Barış Ayhan. They came today here and they're with us. They'll be signing the manifest today, and we have some other partners that we act together who are not physically here, but they are with us. Artvin Mayor Demirhan Elçin, Bilecik Mayor Semih Şahin, Bolu Mayor Tanju Özkan, Kırşehir Mayor Selahattin Ekicioğlu, and Yalova Mayor Vefa Salman. They are not physically today here, but they are in our hearts and they are sharing their support with us. Ladies and gentlemen, another water management, an alternative water management is possible. Water belongs to all of us and everything, everywhere we see the trace of water. When we walk, when we talk, think, produce, smile, weep, and even at this meeting today, where we have come together with a determination to change the world, we see the trace of water. Life started and evolved with water, and all the existence in the world is bonded with each other through water. If water does not exist and flow freely, the life will end. A great part of Turkey has an arid climate. Therefore, the most devastating consequence of the climate crisis would be the danger of aridness. According to the 2019 data of the State Hydraulic Works, 77% of water consumption is accounted by agricultural irrigation. Maximum 10% goes to households and the remainder belongs to the industry. This shows us that it is the agricultural irrigation that has to be taken up in the fight against drought. We, the mayors of 11 metropolitan municipalities and 11 provincial municipalities, we have come together today here in Izmir with our conscientious and scientific responsibility. Our objective is to propose another water policy for Turkey, taking into account the dire consequences of the climate crisis and to ensure our future for our children and our environment in these lands. In order to be successful in fighting the drought by decreasing the impact of the climate crisis on the water resources, Turkey needs to adopt 5 principles in water management. 1. Creating a participatory water model. A brand new participatory approach should be adopted in water management, encompassing all the water consuming stakeholders at city, basin, and national level, including agricultural organizations, industrialists, residential water users, professional organizations, natural and environmental organizations. Secondly, managing demand, not supply, in all areas of use. It is the demand rather than supply that has to be managed in all areas of use, starting with agricultural irrigation. Instead of policies that opt for continuously increasing that supply for unplanned demands for use, new economic models should be designed that create higher income with low water demanding in agriculture and industry. Third, integrative planning of water investments at basin level. The amount of underground and surface water resources and how the water budget is allocated to which uses should be determined at the basin level. The allocations should be inspected and water use exceeding sectoral allocations should not be allowed. There should be a cumulative measurement to understand how water investments planned in each basin affect each other, and the investment decisions should be made after strategic evaluations. Maximum efficiency should be targeted with minimum spending. Fourth, protection of the natural water cycle. Since the 1960s, as a result of the interventions into the water cycle, many living creatures have become endangered, lakes and wetlands have dried out, and river ecosystems have been damaged. Therefore, water utilization objectives of Turkey should be redefined by taking into consideration the climate crisis. The ecological existence of water in wetlands, rivers, and underground should be taken into consideration when planning investments. Any practice or activity such as construction or mining that contaminates and reduces the availability of water needed by living beings and disturb the ecological balance and water cycle should not be allowed. Fifth, cyclical use of water in the ecosystem and different sectors. Wastewater used in agriculture, industry, and residences should be transferred among different sectors and ecosystem after undergoing necessary treatment. Methods for rain harvesting in the city and agricultural areas should be widely adopted. Cyclical solutions for the on-site supply, use, and transformation of water should be encouraged. In line with these principles, the following 10 steps should be taken immediately. 1. The lack of coordination related to water management should be remedied. The powers and responsibilities of the institutions should be defined clearly. 2. A water law should be enacted, consulting all stakeholders, and local administration should be given authority for developing and implementing plans at water basin level. 3. Water investments should be made according to water and wastewater master plans that are in compliance with holistic plans at basin scale, and public resources should not be transferred to investments with low economic and ecological feasibility. The resources of local administrations for environmental infrastructure projects should be increased. 4. Paris Agreement signed for effectively fighting the climate crisis should be ratified immediately, and focus should be on the draft climate change law developed to prevent negative impacts of the climate change. 5. An end should be given to the damage inflicted on the drying lakes of Turkey, such as the lakes Salda, Burdur, Salt, and Seyfe, and these lakes should be restored and natural water cycles should be protected. 6. Point source pollution and non-point source pollution at water basins should be kept under control and effectively inspected by central and local authorities. 7. Waste of water should be prevented by correct crop planning and efficient irrigation systems in agriculture, and agricultural irrigation should be decreased at least by 50%. Local seeds and animal breeds that do not need much water and have a high economic value should be preferred and encouraged all over the country. 8. All expensive projects, such as the concrete canal that is planned to be constructed in Istanbul and that inflict damage to the natural cycle of water, should be cancelled. 9. Legislation on the water and sewerage administration, which became obsolete, should be revised, and water and sewerage administrations should also be created in provinces which are not classified as metropolitan cities. 10. Water, which is an indispensable part of life, should be considered as a fundamental public right and defined as an ecological and social value, and water services should be provided by public sectors. We, 11 mayors of Turkey, declare herewith to enforce water management in our cities according to the above-mentioned principles and in line with our mandates and responsibilities. Until a water policy designed according to this document is created in our country, we are determined to continue our efforts and to shout out an alternative water management is possible. I greet you all with respect. Now I'd like to invite our mayors on the floor to sign that manifest. If you could prepare your pens for this signature. Thank you.
imza edeceğiz. Sırayla istersen sırayla şey yapalım. Sırayla tek tek çağırayım. Evet. Nereye atıyoruz? Evet, Adana Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız. Başkanım buyurun. Sırayla çağırayım, tek tek olsun. Dur. Tek tek çağıracağım. Gel. Evet. Başkanım, şuradasın. Evet, Ankara Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız. Gel şöyle yanıma gel. Başkanım buyurun. Şurada. Abi seni öbür başa alalım, şu başa alalım. Gel. Şu başa alalım. Evet, Aydın Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Özlem Çerçioğlu. Şurada. Şöyle gel. Eskişehir Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Yılmaz abi geldi mi? Geldi. Ha, gel. Şurada. En başta abi. Evet. Gel. Hatay Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız gel. Lütfi Savaş. Evet, İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu. Şurada abi. Süpersin. Mersin Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Vahap Seçer. Evet, Muğla Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Osman Gürün. Gel abiciğim. Tekirdağ Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Kadir Albayrak. En baştan. Ardahan Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Faruk Demir. Çıkar. Şuradasın. Gel. Sayın Burdur Belediye Başkanımız Orkun Ercengiz. Teşekkür ederim başkanım. Teşekkür ederim başkanım. Sağ olun. Çanakkale Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ülgür Gökhan. Şurada. Evet, şurada. Orada.
Ters attım Ülgür abi.
Fark etmez.
Bari benimki boşa gitti.
Evet. Edirne Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Recep Gürkan. Evet. Kırklareli Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Mehmet Siyam Kesimoğlu. Abi hoş geldin. Gel. Sağ ol. Sinop Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Barış Ayhan. Başkanım hoş geldiniz. Evet. Değerli Genel Başkan Yardımcılarımızı, değerli...
So, I'd like to invite all mayors, all members of the municipal assembly and the general secretaries of the provincial heads of the DHB on the floor.
O zaman şöyle oturalım. Evet. Arkadaşlar bizi yerleştirirseniz şöyle. Tamam mıyız? Evet. Bu arada İzmir
By the way, İzmir Metropolitan Municipality Bureaucracy, ISU General Heads and all co-workers and İSFAŞ head and all staff working for İSFAŞ, our general secretaries and deputy general secretaries. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to this organization today. Thank you.
Peki sadece imzacı başkanlarımız dururlarsa bir onlarla fotoğraf almak istiyor basın. Sadece
So we will have another family picture with all the signatory mayors only.
evet. Hanımefendileri de alırsak yanımıza. Gel yaklaşın. Evet hanımefendileri de lütfen alıyoruz. Hanımefendileri alabilir miyiz? Buyurun lütfen. Buyurun. Lütfen şöyle öne gelin. Mansur Başkanım öne gel. Tamam. Evet hanımefendileri alıyoruz. Lütfen öne.
Kağıtlarda sürdürülebilir su politikaları zirvesinin başkanlar zirvesi manifestoyla sona eriyor.
So this was an unforgettable manifest signed by 22 mayors, and this scene has become immortal with this picture. All around the world, all around Turkey, we have 11 metropolitan municipality mayors and 11 provincial mayors are here with us today. It is a very valuable, unforgettable, very important moment for the future of water in the country. Water is so valuable, so important. It convened all of us today. So we will be working hard to develop efficient water policies for the future of Turkey. In the following sessions, we will be dealing with water policies and facts in relation to water from scientific perspective. And tomorrow there will be more sessions participated by different NGOs, different stakeholders, environmental organizations. There will be roundtable meetings with the participation of all relevant parties. So this, I announced the end of the signature ceremony of the manifest. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Sayın misafirlerimiz, kentlerde sürdürülebilir su politikaları zirvesi ikinci oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. O nedenle yerlerinizi almanızı önemli rica ediyoruz efendim. İçeride bulunduğunuz alan süresince sosyal mesafe kurallarına dikkat etmenizi ve maskelerinizi çıkarmamanızı önemli rica ederiz. Teşekkür ederiz.
Sim. Açık efendim. Değerli katılımcılar,
Distinguished participants. So, we are about to start our session in the afternoon, so please be seated. Unfortunately, there was one speaker left in the morning session. And I would like to invite Professor Dr. Alper Baba to the rostrum. He's going to talk about the factors, measures, and monitoring techniques in relation to the quality of water basins and water resources in Turkey. Yes, the floor is yours. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished participants, first of all, I would like to greet you with respect. So, this is a very nice organization on a very nice day, and I would like to greet all those who contributed to the organization of this event. Actually, I'm going to talk about a topic in order to increase your awareness a bit. This topic involves local administrations closely, and if you allow me, I would like to start my presentation. And we always talk about water, but water is a very sensitive substance. So have you ever imagined, so this is something which flows over its frozen states. So only water has 3 different states, and water has this cohesion and adhesion forces, and so water is in many important events, and we all know that potable water resources is in a very small amount in the world. There's water everywhere, but 97% of this water is saline water, salty water, and only 2.3% is the freshwater resource. When we look at the freshwater resources, we see that a substantial portion is composed of glaciers and 30% underground water source, and the other is surface water. So where are we using the water? And the majority of water is used for irrigation. You see it's a 69%. And also worldwide, the industry uses almost 19% of water, and for drinking and residential use, there's a use of 12% globally. And in the last 100 years, the global water consumption has increased 6 times. This means that soon we will be needing more water. And when we look at the world population, when we look at the association with the water resources, we are facing challenging problems, particularly in the Asian countries. So there is double the amount of people. The amount of people in Asia is double the water resources. Not only in Asia, in Africa there are similar problems, and in Europe we may also face similar problems. In the morning sessions, people talked about climate change and changes in water resources. As you know, there are different climate scenarios. In 2040, as mentioned in the morning session, particularly in the southern part of Turkey, there will be a water shortage. There will be serious water availability problems. And Anatolia is the place of civilizations, and you can find the traces of civilizations in every place of Anatolia. When you talk about Hittites, starting from Sivas until Sinop, and you see a civilization around Kızılırmak River, and in Mesopotamia, almost 6,000 years ago, irrigated water was made there, and Romans gave importance to water, and you can see the trace of water civilization in Anatolia. In our country, there are 25 hydrological basins, and each of these basins are very important, well available, and particularly Dicle and Fırat basins are the largest basins in Turkey, and also large Minder and Gediz basins and Little Minder basins are also very important agricultural basins, and also 192 plains are very important in our country, and these plains are very important in terms of their underground water resources, and unfortunately a majority of urbanization is over these plains, and we have to protect these plains. Distinguished participants, Turkey has important karstic basins because of its geological characteristics. As you see on this map, you see karstification here. In karstic systems, the water moves very fast and pollution risk is high. And because imagine Antalya, almost entire drinking water of Antalya comes from karstic systems. And today in Muğla is a pollutant left from Muğla can easily go to Akyaka, and if you go to Elmalı and Sekili plain, if you release a contaminant there, that contaminant will reach Antalya soon, and the state hydraulic works has been working on water potential in Turkey, and we look at the precipitation and evaporation and runoff, and also we look at the infiltration into the underground water, and then you look at this data, you see that the underground water potential in Turkey is around 112 billion cubic meters. And when we look at the underground water resources, but before coming into this, so state hydraulic works data and TürkStat data give us figures for consumption of water, and 73% is accounted by agriculture, 16% by industry, and 11% by the domestic use. And then we look at the sectors, and Ministry of Urbanization, Environment and Urbanization gives us these figures, and you see the change in the agricultural sector in years. And agricultural industry is around 72%. However, the industry has a share of 17.8%, and for domestic use, it is 10.7%. And in Turkey, we have a very important problem, as it has already been underlined by previous speakers. State hydraulic works is responsible for our underground water resources, and state hydraulic works has an operating reserve of around 18 billion cubic meters, and almost 16 billion cubic meters has been allocated to various institutions. 67% is for agriculture, 24% is for domestic use, and 9% is for the industry. In addition to this, other water is surface water, and these are abundantly used in agriculture. So there is a very important point here that we should attach importance. In Turkey, the number of registered underground water well is 369,054 wells according to 2009 data. And so this is registered wells, the number of registered wells, but the actual number of wells is triple this amount. Many wells are not registered. Even if you consider that the number of the unregistered well is double the amount of registered wells, you see that more than 50% of the agricultural sector is using underground waters. And when you look at these sample statistics graphs, you see that although surface water surface use seems to be high, actually underground water use is also very high through unregistered wells. And we have 1,399 municipalities in Turkey, and the majority of metropolitan municipalities, Hatay, Eskişehir, Antalya, İzmir, Muğla. So these are directly connected to underground water resources. And today in cities, 60 million of the population and 6,193,158 cubic meters comes from underground water resources. When you only consider the cities, 56% of the underground water is used by the cities. And also when you look at the rural area in Turkey, there are almost 35,000 neighbors and villages, and there are also hamlets. The number is more than 26,000, and their water consumption is here in this graph represented. So 99% of their water consumption comes from underground water resources. And when you consider the rural parts and the urban parts together, you see that the underground water consumption, 57%, yes, 57% of total water consumption in Turkey is coming from underground water resources. And when you look at the consumption, unfortunately, there is a decrease in years. You see the 1915 and 2030 figures, and particularly in 20s, the per capita consumption is 1,133 cubic meters. So if you continue like this, soon we are already water stressed, and we are going towards water shortage. In Turkey, 80% of extracted water is used by the manufacturing industry, and there are organized industrial zones in Turkey, and 91% are connected to underground water resources. To produce 1 ton of paper, you have to use 10 cubic meters of water. Textile industry, paper industry, they are consuming substantial amounts of water. And also when we look at the mining enterprises, you see that the mining industry, 92% of the mining industry is connected to underground water resources, and intense urbanization, increasing population, climate change, agriculture and industry. So these are important parameters that affect the underground water resources, and the climate change and physical pollutants, and also physical interventions or excessive use. So all of them should be handled by adopting a holistic approach. Unfortunately, one of the biggest challenges brought by urbanization is that it is decreasing the quality of water, and also we are facing floods. And when there is no settlement, the runoff is around 10%, but with urbanization, the runoff goes to 55%, evaporation goes to 30%, and infiltration is reduced. For instance, when we look at İzmir city, you look at temporal graphs, you see the growth in time, and gray is the settlement areas. So urbans are placed on important water resource basins, and unfortunately, non-porous surfaces are created, and infiltration to underground waters is reduced, and also the quality of the underground water resources is affected, and there are natural factors that affect quality, and there are also human induced factors that are point pollution sources and non-point pollution sources. So minimizing point pollution sources is easy to handle, but non-point pollution sources may require important engineering interventions. When we look at the surface water resources, more than 50% are very polluted. And so you see the surface water bodies within the province. So what are the polluting, contaminating factors? You see that agriculture, for use of fertilizer, and domestic wastewater, solid wastewater, and leach it comes to the forefront. And when you look at underground water resources within the cities, you see that 29% is weak, and you see that the quality of them are quite problematic. So who is polluting them? You see that a substantial amount is polluted by agricultural fertilizers, domestic waste, industrial solid waste, or animal husbandry waste. Cattle water consumption is 250 liters per 250 liters. So if you are making a planning somewhere, so you have to take this into account. If in the basin there are 500,000 cattle, then the annual water would be very high, annual water consumption. And you see the monitoring points for the underground water resources, and some of them are monitored manually, more than 1,300, and more than 2,000 is monitored seasonally. And there are some points, locations, and these are monitored online. So what are we monitoring? We look at the change in the water flow rate and water level, and you see that the level of water is changing. So you can find water in 60 meters. You could find it in 5 meters in the past, and it's almost the same in Biga Peninsula. And I'm about to finish, last 1 minute. And you know Konya Basin, so it's on the agenda. You know that in Konya Basin there are 22,000 registered, and today we know that it's more than 100,000 unregistered wells, and you see it is Gediz Basin, and surface water is 2.3, water potential is 1.1, and here there are 750 settlements, and all of them are villages. There is Uşak, Denizli, Manisa, İzmir, and 10 ppb. So these drinking water resources are exceed 10 pp, and you see that nitrate values is high due to agricultural factors. These red points are the effects of agriculture, so it applies to Simav and Sakarya Basin, and when you go to Çanakkale, you see the acidic system. There is acid in the river and in the stream, and this affects the human health, and you see the red portions. So the underground water resources are under risk.
So this is because of the effect of the animal husbandry and agriculture, and sea water infiltration is a problem at the coast. In Antalya, Çanakkale, Muğla, there is seawater infiltration, and when you look at the measurements, you see that the salinity level is increasing, and there are some countries which are making very good monitoring. Netherlands. So Alper, Mr. Alper, please, could you please wrap it up? And there are many cities, and actually this is important when we are carrying out a study. So if there's arsenic somewhere, so you should also analyze how this arsenic is formed. You should consider the system as a whole, and you should consider all these data in CPS environment, and all the local administrations should contribute to the development of the resources. They should have the necessary units for underground water resources. They should have systems to define the aquifers. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, finally we could finish the morning session. So my time is up. Thank you very much for your attention.
Politikalar nedeniyle günden güne azalıyor. Bir anda kuraklıklar, bir anda sel felaketleri. Giderse su bulmakta zorlanacağız. Biz diyoruz ki her şey doğru bir bakış ve doğru bir politikayla başlar. Bu gidişata dur diyebilmek ve sürdürülebilir su politikaları oluşturabilmek için 11 büyükşehir belediyemiz el ele veriyor. Biliyoruz ki başka bir su yönetimi mümkün. Suyumuza hep birlikte sahip çıkalım, yarınlara umut olalım. Su. Hayat kaynağımız. Dünyanın en değerli kaynağı. Yanlış politikalar nedeniyle günden güne azalıyor. Bir anda kuraklıklar, bir anda sel felaketleri. Giderse
Sesim geliyor. Evet. Hello, everyone. On the World Water Day, we have convened in the second session of a very important organization. Yes, there are many related issues to water. One of them is food safety. In the afternoon session, we will be talking about agricultural water planning. First of all, we will be hearing from Mr. Güven Eken, advisors to the İzmir Metropolitan Municipality Mayor, Mr. Güven Eken. Thank you very much. Yes, I have a presentation. Well, thank you very much. We have been hearing from many speakers, from our mayor and from mayors from other provinces, and many other speakers mentioned that the water is mainly used in agricultural sector in Turkey. It's not 50%, 60%, it is 77% of the water is used for agricultural purposes. So it's more than three quarters of the total water consumption. So it's really important to understand what do we mean when we say agriculture, because of some incorrect facts. We do not maybe understand the importance of water usage in agriculture. So because we have incorrect, inefficient ways of irrigation, we are facing aridness, we are facing lack of water. So in order to understand agriculture better, we need to understand the seed better. So everything starts with that seed. This seed is not a material. It's not a detergent. It is something live. And this living creature, just like you and your friends, every living creature, it has some expectations from the life. And because of these expectations that are stemming from their genetic structure, it's almost like being in connection with your friends or your family. You can have good results because you know that person, you know that person's expectations, and you create a common production. So seed has a characteristic, some specifications, some features, and some expectations. When we know this identity, when we foresee those expectations, and if we build a life together in cooperation, we can have a very good agricultural policy without considering the expectations and the characteristics of that seed. That small piece, that small seed can turn, can be the reason of aridness of Anatolia. So this seed can make us rich, or can be the end of our existence in this very region. So this is the time that we have actually come to the point of understanding the needs of that seed. So if we prepare the conditions for that seed, we can ensure our existence here. If we cannot be successful in this, as many times explained before me, today's people face eradication. So very simply put, we understand agriculture as a formula. So when I retire, I'll buy a field and I'll grow crop, etc. So in this much of area, I will be planting this much of seed, etc. And we see agriculture like something, I don't know whether you can see it or not. So we put the fertilizer on the soil, on land. We put the other chemicals. We have water, we have soil, and we create something. That's how we perceive it. But on the other hand, let's think that you have a bowl of seed, and let's think that this is a land that you grow your crop. So you put your seed, you put water, if necessary, you put the fertilizers and other chemicals. So after we leave the soil, other things start to happen to that seed. We do not think about those. So when we leave that area, so other variables around that seed actually exist, continue existing around that seed. For instance, birds start to wander around, bugs, the wind blows. If the air is polluted, the seed is influenced. So if it's facing south, it receives sun, or if it's on the northern part, it sees less sun. So other animals are brought to that area, and furthermore, and there are some changing demands in relation to the crop that you're planning to grow. So the main mistake that we make in agriculture, we believe that there's a fixed formula for agriculture. This is wrong. Agriculture is a design which is made with the environment. So within the environment, if you do not take into consideration the wind, the temperature, other variables within the nature, if you do not take those into consideration and try to conduct agricultural activity, this is what we face, what you will be facing, that we are facing today, which is drought. So you do not just put the seed and fertilizers and water on the soil, on the land, and then expect for results. It is something more than that. Actually, women of Anatolia have been doing it for thousands of years, but we have actually reduced agriculture to something simpler, and we have actually alienated ourselves to that ancient knowledge. So we say that if you use that seed, you'll have more yield. If you do this much irrigation, you'll have more yield. If you put this amount of fertilizer, you'll have more yield. So for 60 years, we are focusing on more yield, whatever you can do to get more yield. And what we do as a result is for months under a greenhouse, we grow a seed, and all of a sudden we plant that sapling into the field, which started its life in a greenhouse in a very controlled environment. So in a couple of weeks, that will be done by many farmers all around Turkey. And what happens after that? Bugs come, rain falls, so you see other meteorological conditions, you see heat waves, different winds, the weather changes every day. So for months, you have that seed under intensive care, and in this wild environment, the seed, the sapling becomes ill. So you put chemicals on it to make it better, and you add more water. So actually, we have to leave this idea of having more yield with a specific type of seed. So a seed which is actually developed under laboratory conditions cannot be very efficient, very productive in the natural environment. So this is one of our main challenges. So the seed is one of the issues. The second one is the land issue. So we have actually we have classified agricultural land, first class, second class, marginal sites. So this is a first class agricultural area. So this is the alluvion rich area. So with large agricultural machines, you can do agricultural activities. There's a potential of big biomass in this area. But when you look at the whole country, the agricultural land does not have this characteristic. Actually, Anatolia is where agricultural activity is invented, and the main characteristic is not that, it's this one, it is marginal characteristic. So by classifying very small very small portion of the agricultural area as first class and the rest as marginal, this is what happens. So when you classify small plains or large plains as first class agricultural areas, for instance, but when you compare it with the European plains, they are very small areas actually. So when you highlight these and put those marginal fields into the second perspective, you make a big mistake. You do not know what's going on in the mountainous areas. This is the second mistake. These marginal agricultural areas actually are the areas which will be saving the future of Turkey's agricultural activities. And what happens in the end, the areas that we classify as marginal land, we have less and less agricultural areas. We have less and less meadows. The reason for that paradox is that these marginal lands are actually being less and less used for agricultural purposes. They're being either settled or used for mining or other purposes. So actually, we should actually prioritize these marginal lands. Our agricultural policies cannot be based on plain-based agriculture. So because these mountainous or marginal land constitutes the majority of our agricultural land. So in Germany, in France, in Russia, you can have plains as the center, in the center of your agricultural activity. But in Turkey, you have to put these marginal lands into priority in your agricultural activities. The third promise of the more yield promise is the water collection. So we collect water in the dams, and we have a large, extensive irrigation. And we believe that the more we use irrigation, the higher the yield will be. Of course, this is not true. We have to forget about that. In the long run, actually, the yield may go down. And this depends on where you are talking about. The more irrigation equals more yield or more agricultural income is not true. If that was the case, we should be rich as a country who have completed most of the irrigation projects. With the Southeastern Anatolian project, actually, we should have been rich so far, but we see that's not the fact, and actually these projects are not so successful. Under the light of scientific information, we need to make this evaluation. And as a result of this excessive irrigation, we see increasing salt levels in Harran Plain. This land, which is rich in alluvions, in Harran, in Suruç, in Akçakale, when you bring water to those areas which had no connection with water, half deserted soils actually start to become more and more salty. So you need to actually first evaluate whether the soil, whether the land is ready to immerse water. So we have been talking about underground water till this morning. So we had lakes which water is being retreated. So Burdur Lake is being drained. So Burdur area, Burdur Basin, have you used that water to make that area the biggest, one of the biggest agricultural lands of the world? No, there is no profit, but still the water drains out of that lake. So we keep conducting that activity which brings no profit, and we keep doing it. So we have to stop. There is no explanation to that. Only explanation is habits. So we need to actually change our habits, not only in our households, but also in our agricultural activities. So we believe that irrigation is very helpful in the agricultural activities, but this may not be correct all the time. At the moment, we see that there is no value added in the agricultural activities at the moment. This is really interesting. So we see that silage corn, which is genetically modified, although it is not legally allowed. We know that they're being grown in Turkey, and everything is out of planning, out of control. So we have less and less corn growing in places where we should have the most corn growing, and we see that corn is being grown in areas and in increase in the areas where it is less suitable. So this shows the lack of planning in the agricultural activities.
But as explained in the manifesto today, so agricultural crop planning should be the engine of agricultural production. So we are producing cattle milk, and these animals come from Northern Europe. So remember, like the tomato sapling I have shown you, these are beyond these lands. So you have to give more inputs, you need to provide more veterinary services. So this is very difficult to keep them alive in this warm temperature of İzmir. So we are spending too much, inputs, and 2.90 TL for this milk does not cover this input, and all our farmers are in debt. They have payables to the banks, so they are in debt because wrong seeds and wrong crops are selected. This is why they are in debt. So there are feed plants that do not want water. We could save water in irrigation, but unfortunately, wild irrigation is made, free irrigation is made. So this is not only economic, but also sociologically, we can see that we are not acting correctly. You see the reduction in number of farmers. There is a rapid decrease in the number of farmers. If farming was a profitable business, the number of farmers would not reduce, or the share of agriculture in the gross domestic product would not be decreasing compared to construction. You see that the share of construction is increasing and the share of farming is reducing, and the state hydraulic works projections shows that until 2030, agricultural irrigation was supposed to be reduced to 60%, and you see that 67, 64, 61, and now it's 77 again. This is the amount of irrigation, because with water, high temperatures and with drought, we are producing more water in agriculture, and these rates should be changed. So we can do the same production with half of this water. So we should make a crop planning to ensure that less water is used, and we should be focused on improving welfare in farming instead of improving yield. It is for the benefits of the farmers, for the cities, for the ecosystem, and for millions of people who need food. So we should abandon agricultural policies based on yield and productivity. We should be focusing on agriculture, improving welfare. We should consider slopy lands as agricultural lands. We need a holistic agricultural planning. This is what we should be working on. So an alternative agriculture. So these are the costs. And our mayor has been telling this since the Seferisar, and these words are in the codes. And pastures and slopy marginal agricultural fields should be included in the ecosystem, and we should be using less input, and we should be using domestic plant and animal breeds, and export potential should be high, and we should be protecting biodiversity, and we should be working with breeds and species that are using water economically, and this should be the elements of an agricultural policy. In order to achieve this, in Ödemiş, as Mr. Mayor has explained, we created an agricultural program with 6 pillars, and the most important is the first pillar. So this is the planning of the crop. So instead of managing the supply, managing the demand. So what will be more economic? Which crop should be grown where? So this should be conducted like an engineering project. You should plan ahead and then you make your investments. And so in many regions, maybe so large investments are made without planning which crop will be grown. So it seems like that you are installing a large factory, constructing a large factory, but you don't think whether what you are producing will have buyers. So crop planning should start for all the basins in Turkey. There are very simple algorithms adopted in the world according to the altitude, and Turkey is a slopey land. The gradient level is high, and you cannot have the same policy everywhere, and the crop planning should be made on a micro basin level. And the first pillar is the correct crop planning, growing correct crops in the correct places. We should consider economic and ecological feasibility together, and we should make product planning. Just like İzmir has a zoning plan which shows us how many stories could be built and where we can have green space or where we can have an industrial activity. So it should be same for the agricultural field. We should have planning for this. So which land should have more yield with irrigation? So what should be the amount of water? Do we have that water for irrigation? So we know that, and previous speakers talked about unregistered wells. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of unregistered wells are used. Do we have a safe water reserve? For instance, in the Little Meander Basin, do we have that safe water body? Reliable water quantity? And then we go to the other pillars, and then so supporting the farmer to make this transformation. So this may be a cattle farmer. So we know agriculture, and you cannot say this farmer, okay, leave cattle, leave silage, you will start something else. So this transformation should be designed. You cannot say that change everything, and you have to support the farmer to do this. And this is what İzmir Metropolitan Municipality is doing, supporting farmer in this transformation process, if needed, providing purchase guarantee or sales guarantee to the farmer. And then logistic processing and marketing comes. And remember the previous slides, so it was in red letters. So we have to make sure that there's a buyer for the product grown by the farmers. We should know this beforehand, before the grower grows this product. Is there a consumer for this product, and what would be the potential price for this product, and what are the comparable products in the world? So will it be important for a lower amount, or are we going to be able to feed millions of people? And logistic, packaging, marketing, sales. So there are two pillars related to this. And instead of bulk product, so the packaging should also be involved, and research and development and monitoring. There's this fifth pillar, and in order to obtain income for 12 months, we are supporting agrotourism with the support of our mayor. And in Turkey, there are many products with high feasibility. For instance, wine, oil and olive oil, grains, grapes, legumes. And you see the Mediterranean cuisine is very prevalent. So gastronomically it is preferred, and all the products that I have just listed are very popular in the world. Olive oil, legumes, grapes, they have their flour produced out of low gluten local products, and goat cheese. So economic feasibility and ecological feasibility is very high. So İzmir can develop many products with high economic and ecological feasibility, but we need transformation and we need to replace the seeds. And actually in İzmir, it is possible to grow feed plants which can feed bovines and ovines. There are many ancient seeds, and we are now growing it in Menemen, and we are now growing different feed plants, and unfortunately imported mixtures are used for, and this goat, this local breed. So we are living in these lands and where the goats were domesticated, and this breed that you see on the screen is an ancient species, and we should be supporting husbandry of these goats, and this should be a fundamental philosophy that we should be embracing. And because I just want seeds is the essence. Animals, plants, but the essence is the seed, and each seed has a characteristic. And we should be adopting an agriculture which suits the characteristics of the seeds, so it will be possible to fight with drought and poverty, and we have already started doing this in İzmir. But if we do not take into account the characteristics of these seeds, then we are going to spend our limited funds to pesticide or other import inputs, and this will reduce the profitability in agriculture, and this will only bring us poverty. So İzmir agriculture has these 6 pillars, and this should be adopted in İzmir and in Turkey-wide, so it embraces the characteristics of seeds. And thank you very much for your patience. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you have used your time very efficiently. Thank you. Yes, now we have made a small change in our program. Then after the break, so from Germany, Bonn, we have a speaker, Lars Tordal, is going to be connected to us in live podcast.
Su. Hayat kaynağımız. Dünyanın en değerli kaynağı. Yanlış politikalar nedeniyle günden güne azalıyor. Bir anda kuraklıklar. Nasıl öğrenecek?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I've chosen the English language, and then I. Okay, just one question. I am clicking the share screen. Do I need to click on share sound? No. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you very much to the city of Izmir, and also to ICLEI and to the organizers for their flexibility today. My name is Lars Tordal. I am the program officer for UN Habitat's Global Water Operator Partnerships Alliance. UN Habitat is the UN organization which is the responsible or the focal point in the UN system for sustainable urban development issues. We have offices in several parts of the world. One of the offices is here in Bonn, this is the office for the Global Water Operators Partnership Alliance. We are an alliance connecting water operators, water and sanitation operators from around the world to advance peer-to-peer learning and peer-to-peer partnerships focused on capacity development. And today I'm going to talk to you about some of our work and our approaches with regards to urban wastewater management, which is the topic of this meeting. As you may know, our urbanization challenges continue to advance. We in UN Habitat we have estimated that we will more than double the urban population in the world in the next within the next 20-30 years, from the year 2000 to the year 2050. We have already reached the threshold of more than 50% of the world's population living in cities. We reached that some 10 years ago. And we estimate that around 2.5 billion people will join our cities and towns before the year 2050. Most of this population, most of this increase, we will see it in developing countries in the global south, where urbanization in most cases happen in a rather spontaneous and unplanned fashion, which of course exacerbates a lot of the inequities and a lot of the challenges associated with urbanization. At the same time, as you are very well aware, we see a number of challenges related to water, sanitation and wastewater. Still, there is around 800 million people who remain without a basic drinking water service. We also know that even though people may have access to a basic water service, many millions of people rely on contaminated water or water that is not safely managed from many of these services. We of course know that sanitation and wastewater treatment, even wastewater collection, is inadequate or inexistent in many parts of the world. In fact, when it comes to wastewater, so based on some of the work that we are doing, we have very little information about wastewater management in many countries and cities. We also know that many utilities, many cities around the world rely on diminishing sources of water, increasing water scarcity, which in some cases also are very important factors in conflicts and peace around the world. There's a staggering number when it comes to sanitation. 4.5 billion people lack sanitation systems that protect from various diseases. And as I said earlier, millions and millions of people cannot count on safe water for their everyday use. Just moving specifically to the issue of wastewater, and in terms of the global commitments, based on the process around defining the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted in 2015, countries around the world agreed on the urgent need to adopt measures to significantly reduce water pollution and increase water quality, significantly improve wastewater treatment, and also improve water efficiency and reduce water losses, and reuse treated wastewater. There is at some level, or at the global level, a commitment to advance on these issues. And this led to the adoption of a specific target on this issue as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, target 6.3, which set out to, by 2030, improve the quality by reducing pollution, eliminating dumping and minimizing release of hazardous chemicals and materials, halving the proportion of untreated wastewater, and substantially increasing recycling and safe reuse at the global level. The question, of course, these global commitments are very important. But what in particular, what in a concrete and action-oriented fashion can we do? Now, we know, and we have been working in UN Habitat for a while with water operators, wastewater operators, and based on the fact that water operators are, of course, the actors that are most often tasked with supplying water and sanitation to the populations at the local level. They can be standalone public entities, they can be departments of municipal entities, they can be in various configurations, but at the end of the day, effective water operators, effective utilities are central to the achievement of the water-related sustainable development goals. We also know that there is a large number of water operators around the world with tremendous capacity and tremendous knowledge and experience in dealing with such issues. They are critical in terms of strengthening implementation and moving forward towards achieving many of these targets, especially the targets on safe drinking water, on sanitation, on wastewater and water quality, and at some level all the other targets that are related to water. So based on this fact that there is capacity and experience and knowledge, we are working in our alliance to establish connections between different operators in different countries, using a concept that we call Water Operators Partnership, which is basically not-for-profit partnerships between two or more operators, which is carried out with the objective of strengthening their capacity to sustainably provide quality services for all. Our water operators partnerships aim to address some of the capacity gaps that exist in several, for example, developing country cities, but also building on the fact that and the willingness of many water operators to share their experience and to help and to work with their peers in other countries in order to advance on common challenges and common solutions. So I'm now going to explain to you using an example which is focused on the topic of wastewater, how such water operators partnerships or WOPs as we call them can work in practice and in some more detail. The case study that I will use is a long-standing partnership between ONE, which is the National Water, Sanitation and Electricity Utility of Morocco, and SIAB, which is the Sanitation Utility of Greater Paris. And this partnership goes back, in fact, to almost 20 years, and it's one of the most long-standing water operators partnerships that we have experienced. and it is still ongoing. And this partnership came about as the utility in Morocco was undergoing, around the year 2000, undergoing a change and taking on a significant additional responsibility for sanitation and wastewater. As with most of our water operators partnerships, the aim of this collaboration was to strengthen the technical and organizational capacity of the mentee utility. So in this case, SIAP, the sanitation utility of Greater Paris, served as the mentor. And ONE, the National Water and Sanitation and Electricity Utility in Morocco, served as the mentee. Basically, this partnership spanned over a long time, and in particular over two different phases. So after the year 2000, when the utility in Morocco took on a significant additional responsibility for sanitation, the partnership was established on a one can say opportunistic basis, but to really work and collaborate with Paris in terms of providing basic technical support to the utility as it was taking on its new mandate. And then there was a later phase, phase two, where based on the experience of working together over a number of years, the two utility partners agreed on a set of targeted improvements in a number of key areas that were identified jointly. This timeline, which is not exhaustive, but it highlights some of the key events in the WAP. So the first agreement was signed in 2002 and ran up to 2009. And from 2009, a more comprehensive agreement was signed on collaboration on a number of key areas. And I'm listing here the key areas. There were 9 of them. I will not go through each one in detail, but only address 2 of them, the 2 last ones, one of which was water quality control, and the second one on sanitation and hygiene. So on the 2 implementation tracks, just to give you this example, the 2 partners, the 2 utilities worked together to advance on the issue of water quality control. Basically, the activities included analysis of needs, technical training sessions, short courses, and information and exchange missions, both in person and remotely, between the laboratory staff on the 9 issues, but focused particularly on the water quality issues. When it came to safety and hygiene, the main aim here was to build the regional capacity of the Moroccan partner through the regional offices or the regional presence in different parts of Morocco, and to aim to build the capacity to achieve decentralization and more effective delivery of services at the local level. So this included field exploratory visits, different missions to the regional offices, working with their management, and advancing on the safety procedures and the maintenance operations of the different sanitation facilities. Now, in terms of the results, we really observed through this partnership that the mentee utility, in fact, both the mentee and the mentor utility improved in terms of their technical and analytical capacity in wastewater control, working with the partner in Paris, building skills and confidence, and make progress in terms of measurement techniques, improving the accuracy of their analysis, and then also, of course, the transfer of skills and to the regional laboratories, and being able to delegate responsibilities. And we also see that in many of these partnerships, they really help to increase staff motivation and motivation, and also the skills and the technical expertise as utility staff advance in their careers. In terms of the safety and hygiene implementation track, this partnership really brought forward a number of recommendations for how the Moroccan partner could reorganize and propose different actions to improve the overall hygiene and safety department. So this is just as one example in terms of how we have how the water operators partnership model can help improve and share experiences with regards to wastewater management. As I have mentioned, basically our model is to look at, of course, in the context of urban water and sanitation challenges, there is a lot of capacity amongst water operators to help and to share with each other and work together to address challenges. So as I've mentioned, the basic approach is really a mentorship process, where operators with know-how and with the willingness to share their know-how can assist and work with operators that are in need of capacity support. So our WOPs focus on building the capacity of resident water operator staff, and of course the principle of doing it with the staff, not for the staff, which makes sure that the benefits last for a longer time. They are peer partnerships, meaning that the support comes from the professionals, those with hands-on experience and those who grapple on a day-to-day basis with the challenges. And also a very important principle for us is that they are carried out in the spirit of unity and solidarity on a not-for-profit basis, and without commercial objectives. Through this approach, we do see that there is a very significant ripple effect where mentor operators are supporting their peers, mentee operators learn implementation skills and are able to advance and move forward on various issues, in turn leading to improvement in terms of performance and service levels, and that the mentees quite often in turn become mentors, supporting other peers. This we have seen in the case of ONE Morocco, who has also helped other utilities, and very often on a South-South cooperation basis in different areas. So this is our virtuous cycle of improving skills and capacity amongst mentor and mentee operators. Our network is growing. We have observed, I think, around 350 different partnerships taking place in different parts of the world. Africa, Latin America, and Asia are key areas where we have seen adoption of water operators partnerships. We work with different regional platforms to advance collaboration in different regions, including in Latin America, Africa, and also we have a regional platform in Asia, and several sub-regional platforms, for example, in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. There is also emerging national platforms in some countries. I will come to a close just by informing and sharing with you the opportunity currently for submissions to a program that is about to start. We have a program that is funded by the European Commission, to support between 20 and 30 of the kinds of partnerships that I have explained for a period of 3 years. And this call for proposals is currently open. I am sharing with you the website, gwapa.org, and we are receiving proposals until the 15th of April this year. And this is one of the larger programs at the moment, we very much welcome discussions and also submissions in case there is interest in this initiative. Yes, just to close, to say again, once again, thank you for the opportunity to present today. We believe that we achieve more when we work together, and I look forward to interacting. In case there is interest, you can contact us through our website, or also get in touch with me. We are, as I said, a growing alliance of partners and alliance members who believe in the power of sharing and exchanging experiences and working together as peers to advance the global and local solutions to water and wastewater management. Thank you very much.
So we have listened to Lars Stordal from GVOPA. Thank you very much, Lars. And now, so we will continue with our session in agricultural water planning. Our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Süleyman Kodal from Ankara University, Faculty of Agriculture. I would like to invite him to the rostrum. He's going to talk about agricultural water management issues and proposed solutions for Turkey. And would you like to use a pointer?
Belirtebilirsiniz. Sayın Başkan.
Distinguished Chairwoman, distinguished participants. Yes, use of water in Turkey and use of technology. So this is what my presentation is about. First of all, so what is the difference between irrigated agriculture and dry agriculture? So what would be the improvement in yield? Actually, when we are comparing dry agriculture and irrigated agriculture, should we compare it based on increase in the income or increase in yields? Because in irrigated agriculture, when you start irrigation, the structure of irrigation changes. So not only dry plants, but also irrigated plants are involved. So irrigation, for instance, let's say that in wheat, it provides an increase in wheat yield. So this is not a correct approach. So we should be looking into the increase in the income. And in irrigated agriculture, what is the rate of the increase in the income? According to the records of state hydraulic works, the income increase is around 5 times average in Turkey. In irrigated agriculture compared to dry agriculture, the income increases almost 5-fold. So it may vary from area to area, but this is the average figure. And so there is an increase between 2 to 14 times. But in a study we carried out in the southeastern Ontario, if the irrigated agriculture rules are observed, and if irrigation time planning is complied with an optimum crop pattern, is identified, the income increase can be up to 23 times, and you can see it from this curve in different amounts of water, and you see on the right side, it's 100% water quantity, and on the left-hand side, the farmer's left, and you see the level of income from dry irrigated, so you see an increase of income up to 23 times. So there's another study, and for instance, in Antalya, so let's look at a agriculture business operating in the greenhouse and outdoors, and we compared the income of this business with dry agriculture farmer, and of course it was using the technology, and it was producing vegetable and fruit, and here compared to dry, the income increase was quite high. It was 630 times, and these results show us that irrigation brings more income compared to dry agriculture if the technology is used accurately. And so many speakers talked about water use in the agriculture industry. Almost 75% of the water consumption goes to agriculture, and the remaining 25% is used by other sectors. And also, even if we make a small amount of savings in agriculture, let's say that it's 10%, this would be 1/3 of the total water consumption by other sectors. Therefore, we have to save water in agriculture, and our water resources are shrinking, or the quality of our water resources is reducing gradually. And also, when we look at the quantity, we on the population growth, we see that our population is growing. We have to save water, but this we have to save water not only in agriculture but also in other sectors as well. And soil resources, agricultural field. So let me summarize a previous study. In the past, agricultural field was 28 million hectares, and now it is 24 million hectares. So it dropped from 28 to 24 million according to official figure, and the irrigable the area can be irrigated is 25 billion hectares, and so up to slope levels between 0 to 6% is 30.5 million hectares, and the area that can be irrigated economically is 8.5 million hectares. And this area, and what is the size of the irrigated area? It is 6.65 million hectares now. So these areas are opened by state hydraulic works or by the previous rural services authority or by the public irrigation. So it is 6.65 million hectares in total. This is the irrigated area. So is 8.5 million hectare is the correct figure under current conditions? I do not agree with this. So there are new irrigation technologies. So there are drip irrigation and mechanized rain irrigation systems. There are new technological developments, and I believe that the size of the agricultural field that can be economically irrigated is much larger than 8.5 million, but since there is no study about this, we cannot give you a clear figure about the size of the agricultural field that can be economically irrigated. And it is possible to use drip irrigation and rain irrigation. In the past, drip irrigation was very expensive, but now with the advances in the plastics production, drip irrigation the cost of drip irrigation has decreased. Therefore, yes, in the beginning, let's open 8.5 million hectares for irrigation, but this should not be the end of it. We should be opening new areas for irrigation. So in irrigated agriculture, the production factors are quite complicated because they have an abundant large diversity, and you see that we are growing the crop, we are using water, precipitation is important, the water consumption by the plant is important, and also the farmer, the cultural technique, agricultural inputs, R&D work, training is important, training of the farmers is required, but it's difficult to do, and use of technology and capital is needed. So in addition, all these requirements, so there are various activities that may improve the productivity in agriculture. So in the end, all aim to increase the income level of farmers. So our aim is to improve this income level. Of course, this may vary from area to area. So our farmers are doing a challenging job. So maybe it is possible to carry out an industrial activity at the same level in every region, but it would not be possible to grow the same crop in every region because agriculture is something complicated, a challenging job for the farmers. For instance, when we talk about irrigation, what should we pay attention to? Soil is important. Soil characteristics are important. We give the water to the soil, and the plant stores it in its roots. And you see this table. This is sandy soil. In average, 40 millimeter water is retained at 1 meter depth. But if in another type of soil, so it can, a clay soil may retain water up to 5 times, and our farmers should be aware of this when making irrigation. So do our farmers carry out soil analysis? Do they know the characteristics of their soil? Yes, some farmers do this, but unfortunately not all of them do this. So soil is an important factor, but most of the farmers just say that this is rough soil or fine soil, but they do not know that their soil may be retaining water up to 4 times or 5 times. So what will happen if that farmer gives more water but just by looking at his neighbor? What happens then? It infiltrates and increases the level of the underground water, and then this creates other problems. There are some rules in irrigation. So when should we start irrigation? So what is the water retention capacity of the soil? These are technical issues. I'm not going to go into detail. The crop type is important. The variety is important. The climate is important. Topography is important. The water resource. So all of these factors are important. So in irrigation, the basic study would start from the water consumption of the plants. So first of all, we have to know how much water we could give to the plant. We have to calculate this water consumption of the plant. And here, precipitation is important. If the precipitation is insufficient, then we should go for irrigation. But if we give too much water, then it is going to go infiltrate deep level. So we have to minimize this excessive water, because excessive water is economic loss, and also it is wasting water resources, and also the fertilizer is washed and it's removed from the roots to the deeper layers of the soil. And relevant agencies issued guidelines about the water consumption of the plants. For instance, the Rural Affairs General Directorate had published a blue-covered guideline about the water consumption of plants grown in Turkey, and similarly, the State Hydraulic Works had issued a guideline for the water needs of plants, and they had used quite an old method, and for years, many countries, with the advice of FAO, they are using another method, and with the pioneership of TAGEM and State Hydraulic Works, a new guideline has started about plant water consumption, and this was published in 2017. And you can access this on the website. You can download it. And now in Turkey, various, as you see on the slide, so you need the water you can have information about the water consumption of plants according to the climate regions. So these are all in here. In the past, it was very difficult to calculate this individually, and some people did this wrong, but now there's this guideline, and so this study has been completed, and there's something in the guideline. So the water consumption of plants that are grown in greenhouses, and there's a master's thesis on this issue, and a colleague working in the State Hydraulic Works has this master's degree, but there's also an important study. So in Antalya, it is the water consumption of plants in greenhouses. So this was a TÜBİTAK project. And the number of these studies should be increased, and the guidelines should be improved, and we should be adding the water consumption of plants that are grown in greenhouses into the guidelines. So what are the water losses in agriculture? Where are we losing water? If you want to waste, if you want to save water, which loss should we be reducing? As previous speakers said, if you make a list here, transmission losses, so losses during transmission and distribution of water, losses arising from the irrigation methods, and losses from the operation of the irrigation systems, losses arising from design of irrigation systems and use of inappropriate materials, and losses from the irrigation programs, I mean the time planning of irrigation. So how much water will you give to which plant and when are you going to give it? So losses may arise from this, and also losses arising from the agencies responsible for distribution of water, problems arising from education, and loss and leakages arising from pricing. Pricing is important. The price of water is important. In some regions, the water price are based on area, and in some places it is based on volume, and the water is measured. And so in areas where the price is determined per area, they think that the more water are used, the better it would be, and in a way this encourages excessive water use. So it's much better to do it based on volume. And also there are losses in areas where underground waters are used as resources, and water quality is important. This may cause losses, and also losses arising from using contaminated water in irrigation. And these are the losses listed in the literature. And so what we need is to develop policies that are going to reduce these losses. I'm just going to skip these. And water transmission efficiency and water loss according to the water network. So the loss is very high in soil conduits. So these are average. The loss is around 30%. In conduits covered with concrete, the loss is 50%. In other parts, it's 3%. And small canals, it is 3%, and in pressurized pipelines, the loss is 1%. Theoretically, there is no loss. And therefore, we need to convert our existing systems to pressurized systems. And the State Hydraulic Works figures, you see the classic systems has a share of 34%, small canal has a share of 38%, and the pipe systems have 28% share. There's an increase, and the rehabilitation projects have started. Now the State Hydraulic Works are doing pressurized system projects now, and we should accelerate these works now. And so we brought water to the field. So what will happen in the field? What about the rate of loss in the field? According to, so losses depend on the type of irrigation method. In free irrigation is 30 to 40%, so the efficiency is quite low. So the losses is around 60%, 70%. And in channel irrigation, the efficiency is around 40 to 8%. So if the project is very well, and in row irrigation, the efficiency may go up to 80%, and In another type of irrigation, it may be 4 to 8%, and raining systems, center pivot linear systems, and say 5% in under 3 micro rain system, the loss is reduced, and in drip irrigation, this is 85 to 95%, and underground drip irrigation, this is 0.98. The loss ratio is very low. So what are we going to do? What should we do? So we should be increasing the pressurized systems, the ratio of pressurized systems. There are various supports and incentives that are applied by the Ministry of Agriculture. We should continue with these supports, and we should increase them so that in agriculture we should minimize the losses in the field. And so calculation has been made for agricultural businesses. So if in pre-irrigation 1 unit is irrigated, in row it is 2.7 units, in rain irrigation is 4.0 units, and in drip irrigation is 5.1 units. So if it's 1 unit in row irrigation, in drip irrigation it is almost a double, 1.9 units. So when look at on the opposite, if you irrigate the same area with row irrigation, the water we spend is 1 unit. If we use drip irrigation, we use only half of this amount. So we can save water. Half of water we use with row. So you see the water consumption. If we use 10,000 cubic meters per hectare in row, 6,000 in rain, and 4,000 in drip irrigation. And you see row irrigation, if the project is correct, so the efficiency may go up to 80% in sprinkle systems. So the efficiency may be high, and in mechanized sprinkle irrigation systems, there are center pivot system or linear systems, and with drums, some systems with drums, and you see in Ceylanpınar, in agricultural enterprise, there are almost 750 these center pivot irrigation systems. So there's a saving on workmanship, and also there's a substantial saving on irrigation water. You see a picture from there. And of course, in sprinkle irrigation, the most important issue is the following. On the surface, the water should not be pooled, and it should not cause surface runoff. And this depends on the rate of the sprinkle. If the amount of the water given from the sprinkles is more than that can be retained by the surface of the water, then pooling may start. We should be taking this into account. And you see the center pivot irrigation. This is from abroad. So we don't know what kind of a plant they are growing, but when you get closer, you see that these are orange trees. These are irrigated. So particularly short plants can be irrigated, but see how these trees are planted. So they decided how to irrigate them before planting these trees, and this is how they have planted these trees. You see that these trees have been planted at certain intervals in the form of a circle. And on the right-hand side, you see a new orchard, and you see saplings there. They are still very young. And you see they have also planted these saplings on a circular line, and the technology is now advancing. And these irrigation systems can easily be used for growing these trees. And micro sprinkle irrigation under the trees. This can also be used for irrigating the fruit trees. A mini sprinkle head is placed under each tree, and the irrigation efficiency may go up to 90%. And you see a micro irrigation under a tree. And let's look at the drip irrigation. The efficiency is the highest here, particularly under underground, undersurface drip irrigation efficiency is higher. It can be used on slopy areas, slopy lands, and there are different drippers. There are regular drippers, and also there are drippers with pressure regulation, and it even in the slopy area, it may be dripping the same amount of water. So these are technological irrigation instruments. They can be used, and undersurface drip irrigation. So these drippers are placed laterally under the ground at a certain depth, and it is very successful, particularly for irrigating potato. And you see a cross section for underground subsurface drip lateral, and you see the surface of the soil is dry, so the water loss is almost zero. You see the subsurface drip line and surface drip line. You see the how the water is dispersed. So this is simulation. On the left-hand side, you see the subsurface drip line. On the right-hand side, you see the surface drip line. So wood drip irrigation will solve all the problems. So there was a meeting in Urfa. A sociologist, a faculty member, told me the following. So this is what he told me. So using technology is not sufficient. It is important how to know to use the technology. Therefore, we should be training the farmers about using this technology. He was really very right. He had a point, and drip irrigation does not solve all the problems. If you do not use this technology correctly, we may make mistakes. And today, there is free drip irrigation.
So we're using drip irrigation as we're using flood irrigation because of the lack of knowledge by the farmers. So in drip irrigation, you need to have the right knowledge, you need to have the correct project, proper materials should be used, and installation should be made properly, and finally the system should be operated in the right way. So if one of those circles is weak and breaks, the farmer cannot get efficiency by using that system, so there will be problems. What is the condition in Turkey? Unfortunately, our systems are not being installed with proper knowledge. We have some misleading information, so the soil analysis should be made. So the water capturing capacity should be analyzed beforehand. Project design should be made by people who are properly trained. Unfortunately, that's not the case at the moment. And materials, in material-wise, we can say that they're using right materials. And in terms of installation, unfortunately, people who have no information try to install those systems. And in terms of the operation, farmers not always know how to properly operate the system. That's why we have great losses. So the time is up. If you could wrap up. There is a statute in relation to the duties and authorities of the agricultural engineers. So these kind of irrigation projects should be designed by agricultural engineers because they are trained in this area for 4 years at university. So they receive basic courses, and also they have specified special courses on irrigation. So when we train those people, we tell them that you have to disperse water equally to the whole land and do it in the most cost-effective way. But of course, farmers do not know about it, and they go to a business for irrigation. And those commercial enterprises, of course, give what the farmer asks for. The farmer pays for it, but then in the end sees that the system is not working properly. So we see many examples of these things. Yes, the agricultural bank has some financial incentives for farmers. And in the past, the bank actually asked us whether we should be supporting drip irrigation. And we have prepared a reply to that bank. We said that, yes, it should be supported, but you should be definitely controlling the projects. But the bank, with the Ministry of Finance and Agriculture, they started that incentive, but they actually did not attach the necessary importance to the inspection of those projects. So the projects actually are not projects at all. So irrelevant people design the projects, and these are supported by the bank incentives. So I'm an agricultural engineer, so I cannot design a machine project or a construction project, but we see that some people who are not trained in the area made plans, projects, and these received financial support. So as a result, we saw some very bad examples of projects. So I have a friend in the agricultural bank, and he shared with me a result of a study they have conducted in the southeastern Anatolia. So most of the projects that have been started in that area are not working properly. So this is investment wasted. So another issue is crop type. At which location, which crop type is proper. So the optimum plant pattern, water distribution planning, these are important factors. On the scale of the country, agricultural planning is important. 30 years ago, Ministry of Agriculture organized a meeting, and I joined that meeting, and I just received the title of associate professor at that time. So they were discussing agricultural planning 30 years ago, and today when I look at it, we haven't made any progress. So immediately we need to identify which plant type is most appropriate for which part of the country. So I'm skipping some slides. The use of technology. So in the irrigated farming, the use of technology is advancing every day. So in order to identify the right amount of irrigation, there are some sensors being used. So through the satellite connections, these sensors, the data that is collected through that sensors are shared with the owner of the land. So we can make our decisions depending on that data. I'm skipping these, and there are some agricultural meteorological stations. So at regular intervals, they collect data, and they also make projections in relation to the water need, etc. So we have solar energy supported systems. There are devices to identify the level of salt in the soil. Sectoral water allocation projects. These projects have already started. It has been contracted in many basins, and some are still going on. So With the existing amount of water, investments should be made on the most profitable areas. This is important for the economic growth of the country. So which crop, which type of irrigation, where type of questions are answered. So this is an important flow of information in these projects. On the basis of basins, the income level, water level can be identified. Unit water income is not the same in every basin. So the authorities who are going to make the investments can use the data. So we have another study. In that study, we have taken Seydikemer district as a model, and we use the net income level for crop types. And this is the table we have, and we have grouped those crops. So I will share with you the summary. So we have used around 65 different crop types. The net income is 1,782 TL for 1 hectare with 378 cubic meter water consumption in the open field. In the greenhouse, we see a higher income, which is 13,738. The water is also a bit higher, so we should be supporting greenhouse production. So the water is being used in a more efficient way. So we need to have grants for greenhouse agriculture. There should be more research done on greenhouse agricultural activities. I would like to show you some examples of improper applications. You see here there are many pipelines under trees. There should be single pipe or drip irrigation line installed. These are not correct, of course. And of course, when we irrigate excessively, we see the increased level of salt. So this is actually what I would like to say in drawing your attention for the effective use of water in agriculture. Thank you very much for your patience. Professor Dr. Süleyman Kodal, thank you very much for your speech. Now I'd like to invite the head of the Central Union of Turkish Irrigation Cooperatives, Mr. Ali Hadis Uysal. He will be delivering a speech on the agricultural water management in Turkey, problems and solutions.
Sayın Başkan, değerli Hazırun.
Distinguished chairperson and guests, we have kept you a long time. I don't like talking too much, so it will be only an hour or so. I am representing 27 regions, 1,800,000 farmers. I'm the general head of the Central Union of Turkish Irrigation Cooperatives. I greet you all with respect. Today is 22nd of March. United Nations in 1992 announced that 22nd of March as the World Water Day, and we as the irrigation cooperatives celebrate this day. This year we are lucky our mayor organized this event, and his wife, another head of a cooperative. We are celebrating today with them, so we're lucky. I'd like to give you some information in relation to the agricultural water management. In 1969, there was a law enacted, and in 1971, I established the first irrigation cooperative in Manisa, in one of the villages. And in 1992, I have established a regional irrigation cooperative in Manisa. And in 2000, we have included several regions to our cooperative. So we are representing 1.8 million farmers. So I am the general head of this union. But I cannot say that it was a delight to be heading this union. As Mr. Soyer said, that this water management should be changed, and I will be also willing to sign that manifest. In Turkey, water is managed by two different authorities. One is in 1969, the law on the cooperatives, and in 1996 the State Hydraulic Works privatized irrigation unions. Unfortunately, irrigation unions was annulled in 2018. Actually, the heads were actually taken off their positions, and public officers were appointed to their places. So when I first started in 1971, we wanted to make a study in relation to the water capacity in Turkey. I think this is very important. Please pay attention. So what I learned at that time was our water reserve is 112 cubic meters, billion cubic meters. So 95 million cubic meters are coming from dams and lakes. 15 million cubic meters are coming from aquifers, and the rest is coming from other places. So in total, it makes 112 billion. So 14,000 is being used in industry, 10,000 is being used for domestic purposes, and 70 to 75% is being used agricultural purposes. So you need to be managing agricultural usage effectively. So you need to be taking precautions for the agricultural usage, as our mayor stated. So drip irrigation should be preferred. So our drip irrigation ratio is still at the 20%. So irrigation unions are still continue with flood irrigation, unfortunately, surface irrigation. So the irrigation methods should be changed. Why? In 1972, the water reserve was 112 billion cubic meters, and last year there was a meeting. The State Hydraulic Work Authority has given the same numbers, same figure. So he's still talking about the same amount of water. So what I'm trying to say here is, since then, I have been talking about this for countless times. So the first thing should be done in Turkey is to establish a national water council. What kind of work this council will do? So related authorities, related parties will come together, and they will form a national water council, and they will be actually looking at the water reserve at basin level, at regional level every year. Let me give you an example from Spain. Yes, this water identification has been done on regional level. I am located in the Aegean region. What is the water reserve is 100 billion cubic meter, let's say. That if you are going to identify the land, let's start with Manisa province. In order to use water efficiently, there should be physical planning done for agricultural activities. This has not been done yet. What I mean by physical planning, for instance, for Manisa province, Manisa is famous for grape production. So you need to add, I mean, you should be defining which crop types will be planted in this area. So you need to do it on the scale of the country, and you will make the necessary calculations. If that's enough, you will continue. If that's not enough, you will contribute it, compensate it with other crop types. I hope that if this water management policy changes, this will become a healthier way of using water. When I go to the cooperative, I think of our mayor. Could you please give an applause to our mayor? He's here at the moment in the hall. He always defended cooperatives, and nowadays he's making great, taking attention to cooperatives a lot. So today, cooperatives in Turkey are not very popular. In other countries, we see cooperatives as the third sector. In Turkey, that's not the case. I would like to give you an example for water cooperatives. In 1971, when I first established the first irrigation cooperative in a village of Manisa province, we had 10,000 hectare area to irrigation. So I have consolidated the land. So I have taken smaller parcels and brought them together to have bigger parcels. So I'm asking you now, if I haven't done that, if I hadn't done that, what are we going to do with that smaller parcels? And today I'm using 28 wells to irrigate that land. If that was not the case, 8 to 10 farmers were going to come together and they were going to drill a well. So there will be more wells in the area. So I think if we can use this land consolidation, we can have a better, efficient use of water. And agricultural power, agricultural electricity is a huge input for us. So we were in debt for the electricity authority, TEDAŞ, and our debt has increased over the years, of course. And we had debts to other companies, electricity providers as well. It's 5 quadrillions. So actually we can pay our debt, but there is 18% VAT in that debt. And we have 23% illegal use. And also we have that's for municipalities. Not all municipalities are supporting cooperatives. Of course, if municipalities are supporting cooperatives, we are very happy to pay our debts. There are shares by the public agencies, etc., etc. So I think this is a problem that can be solved, but nobody is dealing with that. I think I'm short of time. Economical problems can be solved. Political instabilities can be resolved, and even the wars can be put an end in Syria. But the environment which is neglected is going to finalize us, is going to terminate us. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'd like to end my words with a quote from Rumi: "Be eternal as water."
Evet, Sayın Ali Halis Uysal'a çok teşekkür
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Halis Uysal. So before we are going to continue without giving a break, and now we will be hearing a speaker from the US, from Portland, from GSI Water Solutions. So we have Larry Eaton and Jason Melody. So we will be listening to their video recording. So storing water underground and exemplary applications.
Merhaba.
Merhaba, ismim Larry Eaton.
to build that storage tank was roughly about $10 million US. So the cost per cubic meter is roughly $264, or the cost per liter is $0.26. The MAR for Beaverton number 2 stores about 570,000 cubic meters. It cost about $1.9 million. Actually, it was 1.2 in 2001 when we built it, but now I escalated that cost to 2021. It's still the cost per cubic meter is $3.35, or 0.003 per liter. As you can see from the storage capacity and cost comparison, MAR is very cost effective. So practical applications. MAR, as I mentioned, is a water management tool. It can be used for irrigation and for municipal drinking water. But the source water, which is very important, can be municipal drinking water, treated municipal drinking water, treated storm water, and it can be treated recycled wastewater. But treated drinking water is very used quite a bit ubiquitously, but the water quality is very important because not only wells, MAR wells, but also recharge basins can clog. So we're looking for low turbidity and treated drinking water or treated storm water or wastewater. What's the project timeline for a MAR project? Normally the feasibility study takes roughly about a pre-feasibility. This is a very kind of high level desktop evaluation, takes about 6 months to complete. Then we would typically get into a feasibility study, which may include drilling some test wells. That can last between 1 to 2 years on average. And then if it's successful, you go forward with design and implementation, which is another 2 to 3 years. So from the time you consider a MAR project to the time it's actually operational and in service, it can take, upwards of 5 years. I'm seeing on average 3 to 5 years, maybe pushing more toward the 5. After the system is up and running, usually there is annual kind of operation and maintenance of the system like any mechanical system. So what are the key elements for success of a MAR project? One is to have a reliable wintertime water source treated for low turbidity. I've kind of emphasized that several times. Clogging is the Achilles tendon to MAR wells or to spreading basins. You need a suitable aquifer that is compatible with the source water. So if you take treated water and you put it into the ground, is it going to be compatible, or will things start to precipitate out and clog up the formation? And last but not least, it needs to be cost effective. If you have to build a 50-kilometer pipeline to get it to a suitable MAR location, the project may not be beneficial. So taking these 3 key points, you really need to have a successful project. So now I'm going to get into a couple examples here. Just a little bit of background they're from Oregon, where I live and work. We have a mountain range down the middle of the state, and on the west side toward the Pacific Ocean, it's fairly wet, and we get a lot of rain, very much like the northern part of Turkey toward the Black Sea. On the east side of the mountains, we're very dry.
We are so sorry for keeping you waiting. We are so sorry. And dear Miss Michelle, and dear Miss Hong, and dear Mr. Tiger, I hope you can hear me, and we can adjust your Zoom settings now. And can you see the interpretation button at the bottom line, at the bottom tab, and you should click on English language. You should choose English language. So sorry for keeping you waiting. So sorry because of our program delay.
Agricultural and the
Ben onları
basalt
duyamıyorum. I'm sorry, I can't hear you because your microphone is turned off, I think. Mr. Tyler and Mr. Hong.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. As I assume you click on, you choose English from interpretation section. That's perfect. And also you should click on mute original audio.
One very successful well.
For hear only interpreter's voice. Because otherwise you can hear Turkish and English at the same time, which is not really convenient for you.
Stored and banked down into the
İngilizce çeviriyi duymaları lazım. Videonun sesini duymaları lazım İngilizce.
Recharge, pumping rate, pushing around 6,000.
Now, can you hear the videos, presentations voice in English? Can you hear?
It's a little bit of a distance.
Yes, I can hear you, but if I cut the original audio, I can't hear you anymore.
Farmers and people who work in the ag are always innovative.
Şu an görüntüsü gelen videonun sesini duyabiliyorlar.
Yeah. Can you hear now? You can see the screen Regi 2. It is written Regi 2. Can you hear its voice? Regi 2 voice. Can you hear? Because there's presentation at the moment, and it is as I assume you can hear English. This presentation, not my voice.
Formation
I can hear your voice.
Yeah,
but I can't hear the presentation.
You can't hear the presentation.
City of Beaverton. Again, I've been working in Beaverton for
yani alana
20
o çevirinin
years.
sesi gidecek zaten. Buradan İngilizce sesi çıkıyor.
Okay.
O çevirmenin sesi gidecek.
Okay. We can check out again your settings. Did you click? Can you click on interpretation button first?
Treatment plant, and then it's piped 22 kilometers to the city of Beaverton. Beaverton, outside of Portland, is about 100,000 people live in Beaverton. Their current peak summertime demand, and believe me, it can get warm here in Oregon in the summertime, exceeds the pipeline supply capacity by over 11,000 cubic meters per day. So the option they had was to build another pipeline, which is very expensive, or they actually thought about maybe putting some MAR systems in the city to meet that peak demand. Remember the graph I showed where the peak, shaving that peak is what we call it. City of Beaverton has 3 MAR wells, approximately 150 meters deep, and they actually have 3 others in development right now. Again, the storage aquifer is a Columbia River basalt. It's a rock formation, but it takes water very well, and we can pull it back out. Source water, as I mentioned earlier, is treated drinking water, very low turbidity, so we have no clogging issues. And the storage target is 1.7 million cubic meters per year. Pumping capacity right now in the summer is over 22,000 cubic meters per day. Since 1999, when I first started working on this project, they have injected and recovered 13.6 million cubic meters of drinking water. Beaverton's MAR system is one of the more successful ones on the West Coast, and it represents 35% of the summertime peak capacity for the entire city. I love to show these slides here, drilling there for ASR or MAR number 5. The other pump station right there, and the bottom one, MAR 4, is a pump station that kind of blends into the residential neighborhood. This is a pump station, and it's so well disguised that occasionally they have pizzas delivered here by accident. The garage right there is where the chlorination system is at. We chlorinate the water after it comes out, and behind that door is where the pump system is. So City of Beaverton's MARs, as I mentioned, the MAR 2, 4, and 5 store 1.7 million cubic meters per year. And they have a peak capacity of over 22,000 cubic meters per day. MAR 3, which is under development, it is basically going to store about 570,000 cubic meters and have a peak capacity of pushing close to 4,000 cubic meters per day. MAR 3 is unique. We're going to be looking at taking treated stormwater to recharge this well and pull the water out for irrigation, and won't be chlorinated. It'll be just used solely for irrigation under what we call a purple pipe system. The other two MAR wells, which are, one is about 6 months out from being put into production, combine all of these MAR wells for the city of Beaverton will have an annual storage capacity of 3.4 million cubic meters and a yield of 41,640 cubic meters per day. So the city of Beaverton, just the 3 current MAR wells can store this much water, equivalent to that reservoir, the picture of that reservoir at 1.7 million cubic meters. Is a kind of a visualization how much water is being stored below the ground. So çok teşekkür ederim. I've been to Turkey many times and I really look forward to visiting again. I appreciate the time. Bye-bye.
Donc, du coup, il faut que je partage l'écran dès que possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation has been delayed a little bit, but I feel myself lucky because our mayor is present in the hall at the moment, so welcome. Municipal common point is the water losses in the water networks. This is the content of my agenda. I'll give you some introductory information, standard water balance, performance indicators, physical water losses reduction, and administrative water losses reduction, and using smart devices to measure leakage. So when I talk about water losses, water leakage, there is physical ones and administrative ones, like illegal water usage. So the total amount, the total of those physical and administrative gives us the total. So as we see here, both physical water leakages and administrative leakages and unbilled legal permitted water usage. These are some fountains, some religious buildings. So the water that is used bringing no profits, this is allowed but not billed water use. In some countries, it's below 10%, but in some countries, more than 50%. In Turkey, the amount is around 40%. So we do not measure this water that is coming into the system. That's why we cannot give a definitive figure. So in 2014, there has been a regulation on the water loss control. And with this regulation, according to this regulation, in short term, you have to reduce 30% of water losses. The long run, the aim is to reduce this by 75%. So many metropolitan municipalities could not be successful in reducing the water losses by 35%, and there has been an amendment made to that regulation. So this deadline was extended to 2023. Standard water balance is an important item in that regulation. So the amount of water that you are giving in the water network, these are administrative and physical water leakages and allowed water uses. unbuilt, allowed water uses that I mentioned earlier. And there is a built, allowed water use, so that somebody is paying for. So this is the water income. So the rest is water bringing no income. And especially this unbuilt water consumption, it is not counted, it's not measured, and I'll tell you more what happens. So for some users, there is no meter, so it's not being measured. So in fountains, in some areas, there are water resources where water is used. Actually, water is wasted. I will be talking more about that. The regulation says that all water users should have a meter. Whether the user is paying for it or not, there should be a meter. So regularly, these meters should be inspected. For instance, at a public playground or a fountain or a mosque, a religious building, if you have a water use, you need to have a meter. So in this way, everything will be measured, everything will be calculated. So the standard water balance will be more accurate, and there will be a clearer picture in relation to the water losses. So my message here is all water users, mosques, parks, and firefighters, they should have a meter, and these meters should be read. And performance indicators, the percentages, yes, the water losses, we look at the volume coming into the system minus allowed use. So this is a simple calculation. So it's if the allowed use is 50 units, water uses is 50 units, the total is 100. So when we look at this that way, the water losses is 50. But in the summertime, the water use is higher. So the allowed water use might be 60 units. But the water losses is not reduced. So when you make the same equation, the total amount is more than 100. So my message is the percentage of the water losses is not a good indicator. As there's an increase in the water consumption, the water losses percentage decreases. So actually this increases water leakage. There should be another equation. You need to find two parameters. So current annual physical losses. The second parameter should be inevitable annual physical loss. How we are going to calculate this? So what do I need for that? I need 4 parameters: main pipeline length, service connection number, the numbers of the service connections, and the total length of the service connections. Of course, in the geographical information systems, you can find those, and the average pressure. So when I put those into the equation, so in the first step, it is inevitable annual physical losses, and then second step, current annual physical losses. You do it actually, and step 3, ILI value is being calculated. And if the value is suitable or not, whether it's appropriate or not, there's an evaluation matrix. And when I look at it, in the developed countries, there is an evaluation assessment matrix. In the developing countries, for instance, developing countries in the below, ILA is 1, 2, 4. Category A is good, of course. If ALA is low, then it's good. In category B, there is a potential, etc. So my message is, if this infrastructural leakage index is a good indicator for the calculation of the losses. How are we going to reduce physical water leakages? There are 4 legs: pressure management. So many municipalities receive a call, there is a break, and they respond to it in 2 weeks. But of course, this increases your loss. And there should be an active leakage control. There's an acoustic system. And finally, pipeline management. That's the 4th method. The most important is the pressure management. I think I'm going to dwell on that a little more. So there should be a pressure regulating device at the main, at the head of the system. So with this, the pressure is reduced from 5.5 to 3. And so the water is reduced from 6 to 40. So it's reduced by 1/3 because I reduced the pressure. So my message here is, when the pressure is reduced, leakages, losses are reduced, and also this helps to have less breakages, less problems in the system. It's like the tension in the human body. Administrative water losses. In order to reduce that, there are 4 legs again. Member meter sensitivity, illegal use, data analysis errors, and also data transmission errors. So here, let's look at our meters. Which parameters, which factors can be influenced by those? First, the age of the meter. So there are some regions who have meters at the age of 20, but in many regions the rule is to have it at least 10 years for each meter. The type of the meter, the diameter of the meter is also important. So in many places, there are some measurement mistakes done due to the diameter. Of course, the installment of the meter is important. An important message, an important topic. So big users, parks, hotels, they use greater amounts of water. So you need to pay special attention to those users. They need to have a meter which has an appropriate diameter to their usage. And additionally, we see these kind of things in the southern part of Turkey, in Antalya, in İzmir. So these are using solar energy to heat water, but these actually need more sensitive meters. Water filtration devices. So they may sometimes install it before the meter, and these devices make some washing up, sometimes twice a week. So this is a wasted water because it's not going through the meter. So in Antalya, there has been a good study done, and they have installed another meter before the filtration device. So they have understood that a great amount of water is wasted by those filtration devices. Another point is these fire fountains and park fountains. So my message is, administrative water losses actually relatively easy and cheap methods to control the losses. And finally, I would like to mention the use of smart meters. I generally talk with AFD in mosques, in schools, by they see that 50% leakage through the bathrooms of those kind of places. So when in these kind of buildings they use smart meters, maybe universities, in the public toilets, mosques, in tree parks, in the sports areas, in the cemeteries, and schools were installed smart devices. So they were wireless devices using GSM messages, and the data is saved in a computer, and the diameter of the meter was, of course, selected properly. So the measurements were made at regular interventions. So when there's a leakage, these smart meters give you warning. So these are the data. This is one bathroom. So during the night time there is leakage, and this is showing only a week. So the same flow every 15 minutes. So either the toilet is broken, or somebody left it open, etc. And sometimes it goes on during the daytime. So the red part is the leakage, blue part is the natural, normal use of water. So the leakage is more than 40 tons in a week, but the normal water consumption is only 1/10 of it. So this is another data for a mosque, the same. So the measurement, the flow measurement is taken every 15 minutes. So during night time, we see the flow is the same. There is no one in the building, but the flow is the same. So it's left open. So in a week, we see that the leakage is more than 10 cubic meters. Another example, it's a public park. It's really interesting. So during the night time, 2 cubic meters per hour is consumed. I went there. Actually, we have repaired the system, but we saw that the network is not in good condition. So there is no one is paying for the water in the public park. So there is the water is not billed to anyone, so it's not important. So in the red part, we see in a week, the water leakage is 300 cubic meters. So this is the same. The scene is the same all over Turkey. This is a cemetery. This is also very bad. Everyone installs pipes. These are very big pipes. People install the pipes till the cemetery plot for their relatives. So nobody is controlling the bills. So the red part, as you see, the leakage is excessive. It's a small cemetery. It's in a village, but the leakage is more than 40 tons. So this is a private school. Again, we see leakage in the night time. I went there to check the bathrooms. Actually, the system was in good condition, but the leakage is in the swimming pool. So as you see, in a week, there is this 70 cubic meter water wasted. So in the network, you see the physical leakage in the network or in the actual using points. So what is important here is in April and May, there was a curfew implemented in 2020. Everyone was at home, but the leakage went on. The losses went on. The same amount was wasted. As I said, there was because after the meters in the reservoir, so the materials are not in good condition. So the water utility agency says that my responsibility is till the meter. After the meter, I'm not responsible. So it's the, but in the public places, the bill, the water usage is not billed to anyone. So my message here is there should be the regular water meter readings done in those public places. So in a small park, this can be a guidance data actually value. So there can be a physical inspection done at that place. So in a mechanical meter, you can read it in overnight how much water is consumed. So yeah, then you can understand there is the leakage and you may look for the reasons for that. So the water losses percentage used to be an enough indicator, is not an enough indicator. So ILI indicator should be also used. Secondly, pressure management is important. By reducing pressure, you reduce water leakage and there will be less problems in the system. And the administrative water losses, these are simple and they can be supervised. You can change the meters, you can read the meters, and the water authorities maybe they should start with the administrative losses because this requires less investment and the public areas all over Turkey. And I also see Greece as well, they use the same method. The public places, there is leakage in Romania, in Europe, in many countries, that's the case. This is a neglected issue. So the leakages occurring after the meter is very important. And finally, I'd like to extend my gratitudes for your patience.
Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Dr. Habib Muhabbetoğlu, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we continue with our program. So we have a live connection now. So climate change and information technologies in using water and water loss of cities and efficiency of water use. So, pardon me, we are going to talk about climate change and urban water management, and AFD is providing financial support to Turkish cities. Emine Yukan will be the first speaker now. She is the country deputy director, AFD, Turkey.
So, okay, so can you hear me? Good. Merhaba. So I'd like to first address my warmest greetings to all the participants, central and local water policymakers, think tanks, as well as city water operators. As AFD French Development Agency, we are very honored to participate in today's event. And a special thanks also to the event organizer, the Metropolitan Municipality of İzmir, for this great initiative to share local and global solutions among key stakeholders for the Sustainable Water Policy Summit. So today our presentation will focus on the interaction between climate change and the sustainable water management. We'll illustrate by concrete projects financed by AFD, including the İzmir Water Project, Before going to this part, which will be presented by my colleague Gwenella Michel, our water expert from AFD's headquarters, I'll give a short introduction of AFD and also present what kind of financing support AFD can provide to Turkish cities in this particular urban water sector in line with AFD's climate mandate in Turkey. So AFD is the French International Development Bank. We are 100% owned by the French state and implements therefore France's policy in the areas of development and international solidarity. AFD Group provides financing and technical cooperation to projects which contribute to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So we are 3,000 women and men active in more than 100 countries around the world. And in 2019, our financing commitment reached 14 billion euros to support over 1,000 new development projects. It's actually a rapid increase of almost 70% compared to our financing commitment in 2015. And it's useful to mention that among those projects, average 1 billion euro each year is dedicated to the water and the sanitation sector, even in the COVID context in 2020. So our vision is a world in common, and we are working to promote the common goods that are climate, biodiversity, peace, gender equality, education, and health, in order to accelerate the transitions towards a more resilient and a sustainable world. And in Turkey, AFD Group started its operation in 2005 with a mandate to support a green and inclusive growth, and also strengthen the French-Turkish partnership. So till now, we have committed around 3 billion euro financing in Turkey to support 15 projects. And we have a permanent staff member, 24 permanent staff members based both in Ankara and Istanbul, with our subsidiary Propago dedicated to the private sector, and also our regional office, which covers a vast region from Balkan countries to Central Asia. So we have 4 categories of beneficiary in Turkey, roughly 25% of each. We provided long-term concessional loans to the central government, mainly to support the public policy and investment for sustainable forest management and biodiversity. We provide long-term loans directly to municipalities to support the urban infrastructures investments, such as public transportation, water sanitation, and solid waste projects. Another 25% of our financing is through public banks to indirectly support small medium enterprises and also small medium cities that engaged in energy transition, green investment, and also gender equalities. And the remaining quarter is through Propago, so to support private sector and the private-public partnerships projects. So our country strategy for the coming period, 2024, put a very strong emphasis on climate. We set very ambitious targets, 100% Paris Agreement alignment, and 70% of core benefits climate for our annual financing. So along with this climate mandate, we also aim to strengthen the quality of the development process to be aligned with European standards. So as you can see, among the 4 objectives, supporting the equipment of cities is one of the main areas we are dedicated substantial financing support for the coming period. To do so, AFD could mobilize, in fact, a wide range of financing tools, direct non-sovereign loans without sovereign guarantee, So it's the average loan size is quite huge. It's around 50 million euro to 100 million euro. And we can provide a long-term maturity tailored to each project. The second one is we work together with İle Bank, which is a very important partner for AFD in Turkey, in particular for municipal sector. So that they can on lend, in fact, the loans to reach medium-sized cities and to support medium-sized projects. The third one, we can also leverage external grants, in particular, the grants from European unions. As you know, AFD is one of the entrusted entity by EU, so we can mobilize EU grants, EU guarantee, and if needed, blended with AFD's loan. And lastly, we also have some limited envelope for AFD grants. It's mainly dedicated to the technical assistance and appealing with French institutions and operations. So this is my last slide to show our recent projects in the water and the sanitation sector. One major program committed in 2019 and 2020 is in the framework of FRIT, the facility for refugees in Turkey. We are one of the two main implementing entities entrusted by EU in municipal infrastructures. So the program scope includes 16 water and wastewater projects, 3 solid waste projects, and it comes together with a very important technical assistance program to increase the technical and financial capacity of water operators. The financing tools are both a substantial grant of almost over 200 million euro delegated by EU to AFD and blended with a loan from AFD. And we work with İle Bank to on grants and on lend the money to 6 municipalities and 6 water operators in southeast of Turkey. So the main impact, as the professor mentioned, there's substantial water saving through the renewable of drinking water network in the context that the physical loss is quite high, and also in the context of increasing water stress foreseen in Turkey. Impact also for people, including the refugees and the local Turkish local communities with improved, safely managed water and wastewater services. Another project example is the one we signed with İzmir Water Administration, İSU, in 2020. We are able to mobilize both investment loan for the investment of renewal of the drinking water network, but also a grant to support a partnership between İzmir, İSU and Suez it's a French renewed company in the water sector for energy efficiency in wastewater treatment plant. But I'll let my colleague to elaborate further on the impacts and the project. So Gwenella, now I give the floor to you for the third part of our presentation.
Thank you. So the third part of the presentation is focused on the interaction between climate change and energy efficiency in the water sector and the impact of climate change on water availability and the importance to have an efficient use of water resource. Before going to this part, I would like to mention the AFD's water and sanitation strategy, which is built on 4 main components to achieve SDG 6 and to face the climate change impacts. The first component is to strengthen national and local governance and to ensure there is a sustainable technical and financial management of the sector. The second is to preserve water resources in a context of climate change. The third is to ensure an efficient access to water and sanitation services by financing infrastructure at every stage of the water cycle. And the last component is managing what urban flood risks in a context of increased climate viability. I come back to the topic of this session, and I start with the interaction between energy efficiency and climate change. Energy consumption is a major contributor to the operation costs in water and sanitation services. For instance, on a wastewater treatment plant, energy consumption represents between 20 and 30% of the operation costs. Obviously, it depends on the size of the plant and on the type of the treatment process. But in any case, energy is still one of the main challenges for the operator. So working on optimization of energy consumption and on sludge recycling with electricity generation have to be considered in order to reduce OPEX costs and greenhouse gas emissions. AFD provides financing and technical cooperation to projects which contribute to mitigation and to reduce emissions. Recently, in Turkey, we signed a MOU with ISU and Suez for energy efficiency and optimization of wastewater operation. ISU operates 67 wastewater treatment plants, which corresponded to 280 million cubic meter treated in 2019, and an electricity consumption of 80 million kilowatt-hours per year. And energy expenditure represented about 38% of the operation cost. So the reduction of this cost is a major objective for ISU. And the stake concern in particular the Gili plant, which represents 65% of the total treatment capacity. The purpose of the project is to reduce energy consumption by 8 to 10%, which represents operating savings around 200,000 euros per year. And to achieve this goal, a diagnostic phase will be done in order to assess the energy consumption on the plants, especially on the aeration process, which is a major contributor. And then energy optimization module will be installed on the Gili plant. The second example of energy efficiency projects takes place in Alexandria. It's the second largest city in Egypt with 5 million inhabitants. And East Alexandria wastewater treatment plants treats 800,000 cubic meters per day. And the sludge produced is currently subject to a dewatering process with no treatment. And then the sludge are transported to 45 kilometers away to a landfill. So to reduce the negative impact of sludge treatment line, a methanization unit will be built on site, and the sludge produced by the plant will be reused to generate electricity. From an environmental perspective, this project will contribute to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And just to mention two additional positive impacts of the project, the sludge treatment process will reduce by 30% the quantity of sludge produced, and the electricity generation will cover around 70% of the electricity needs. So with these two examples, ISU and Alexandria, I tried to highlight how energy efficiency projects in sanitation sector can reduce emissions and contribute to climate resilience. On the other hand, climate change manifests itself through changes in the water cycle, and many countries are facing water shortage. The problem is not only due to climate change, but also to poor infrastructure maintenance. As a result, the physical losses is around 32 billion cubic meter per year. So reducing the water losses and having an efficient use of water is one of the main challenges to face climate change impacts and the recent droughts. This being said, NRW management has an impact not only on the preservation of water resource, but also on the energy savings and on the financial viability of utilities. My last slide to say that at AFD, we try to support NRW projects at every stage. So from the diagnostic to the financing of equipment and works on the distribution network in order to reduce water losses and to improve performance of the service. For instance, AFD has a second project with ISU. This one aims to reduce water losses in 2 of its districts, which face high NRW ratio. In order to improve performance of the distribution network, 60 DMAs are set up and a large part of pipes and connection will be rehabilitated. The project should contribute to preserve water resource and to improve performance of the service. As a conclusion, through these 3 projects, I tried to highlight how AFD is involved in climate change, in climate finance, and why an efficient use of water and energy in water sector is key to contribute to climate resilience. Thank you for your attention.
Şimdi European Bank for Reconstruction and Development'dan yardımcı direktör, su sektörü uzmanı Dr. David Tyler'ı ekranlara bekliyoruz.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. On behalf of the EBRD, we also are a multilateral development bank. We have presence, we have our head office in London, we have presence in Istanbul, we have a regional office. And we're celebrating this year 30 years of being investing in projects and in positive reform. Myself, I'm an engineer. I've been in the water sector for 30 years. I have experience on the operational side, technical side, regulatory, and also strategic investment planning. And this is my 5th year with the EBRD. And my role principally is to support our internal banking teams, provide them with technical expert advice on projects. Now, what I'd like to share with you this afternoon are 3 key things. I think first, I'd like to highlight some of the key climate issues and observations. You may have heard of some of these already today. Second, I'd like to show how our work on the green cities can identify investment priorities, and these include water and energy solutions. And then third, I'd like to just touch on some areas of innovation, particularly those that help in terms of helping the leakage management journey. So let's begin. You've no doubt heard today that climate change is having a profound impact, not just across the world, but Turkey itself and its regions. The OECD projects that the increase in water demand will rise by 55% by 2050. And there are several factors for this. We've heard a number of them. There's population growth, increased demand for high quality drinking water, and some of that and Turkey's experienced some of this, has been exacerbated by migration. And we were very pleased to be involved in a project further east in Hatay, which was responding to the refugee crisis. But also looking ahead, there's increasing growing need for water, both in commerce and in agriculture. And these are essential for resilient economies and food security. And then there's climate change itself, which is affecting the balance of water demand, the risk of more frequent droughts, declining rainfall, higher evaporation. And what we see here from this map is that Turkey is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And with a generally pessimistic outlook, which means that supply will outstrip demand even more so by 2040. Some of this is through over-abstraction of non-renewable resources. And I think what's interesting and what we see particularly on coastal communities is some of the way that's being addressed is increased interest in desalination globally to address these sorts of water shortages. But these themselves bring, whilst they bring water solutions, increase energy intensity. Now, we've heard others talk about non-revenue water, and as a reminder, this is the combination of water that's physically lost and the water that's just unaccounted for, and that's, you know, often that's just water that's unbilled or illegally taken. And I appreciate here the data set's a little old. It's from IBNet, but it does illustrate the disparity, the difference between non-revenue water across the world and some regions that we operate in. And often this is the high numbers are a result of systemic underfinancing in the water sector, including inadequate maintenance on those networks themselves. But the variability is quite wide. We have Singapore with 4% non-revenue water, Australia 10%. At this point, this I say old data set was about, Turkey was around 59%. And I hear from our first speaker that probably at a national level, that's close to 40%, which is encouraging. It's going in the right direction. But it's not uncommon for us to certainly have countries where it's significantly higher, as high as 75 to 80%. And remember, it's not just the water that's lost. It's the consequences of interruptions in supply to consumers. It's the low water pressure that they get. It's the poor water quality, and evidently the high energy costs associated with abstracting, producing and pumping water that's lost prematurely. Now, what I really want to turn my attention to is our Green Cities programme. This is a programme that's been around for about 4 years now, and it's a framework that has the ability to release about £2.5 billion worth of investment. And it offers for cities a systematic approach to identify municipal improvements that both address climate change and the environmental challenges that they face in their cities. And fundamentally, it reveals both investment and policy priorities, and that covers all sectors, multiple sectors in cities. And we'll hear later, Izmir is one city that's benefiting from this programme. It's aimed at linking strategic urban planning with investment. It encourages multiple stakeholders to participate with framing and formulating the activities that need to, the priorities. And it identifies how those investments could be prioritised. It begins with a diagnostic of the environmental challenges. They're specific to the city, and it produces a package, a range of solutions to address the environmental challenges. And we can see here that those solutions can include renewable energy, it could include smart solutions, even nature-based solutions, in addition to the traditional solutions that we finance. It also includes a parallel activity, which is called a CCAP. So along with the Green City Action Plan, this package of measures, a CCAP, which is the Sustainable Energy City Action Plan. And the two go hand in hand. We have 45 cities in the program so far. 18 of these Green City Action Plans have been completed. And to date, that's facilitated about £759 million worth of investment. The way this works is that we appoint consultants who facilitate the discussions. They work with a city over a 9 to 12 month period to both baseline the city's environmental challenges, but also working with that city to develop their priority investment program, this Green City Action Plan. All we require is that there's a commitment to at least one priority investment, but really the success of these, which we call the Trigger Project, but really the success of this program is the continued investment of investment in the other implementation actions that come out of that Green City Action Plan. And remember, these are both investments and policy reforms in that regard. Now, İzmir and Ankara are two leading cities that in Turkey. We've got the potential for Istanbul to join the Green Cities program. And whilst the highest priority, the trigger projects for both İzmir and Ankara were in the urban transport space, other cities like, for example, Tirana in Albania, the key trigger investment was a water project. And each city not only benefits from development of its bespoke Green City Action Plan, and these bring together all the initiatives that a city has, but also they belong to a community of cities whereby they can share their approaches in that regard. So let's just take a small look at İzmir. And we've been delighted to work with İzmir, the municipality, in helping it shape its Green City Action Plan. That action plan was completed in December 2020, and out of that came 47 actions across 9 sectors. It was the formulation of over 100 different stakeholders to basically formulate and shape that product. And what I've teased out for you below are the water-related actions. I'm not going to go into every one, but I'll highlight a few. Well, let me start. There were a number of environmental challenges. This particular action plan didn't just cover the city, it covered the province of İzmir as well, and that's really important. But within the city, there were issues raised such as heavy rainfall, high incidence of surface water flooding causing pollution, that pollution leading to poor water quality, particularly on coastal waters. There's evidence of water shortages, and the information we had citywide were water losses at 34%. But my colleagues in AFD quite correctly reminded us that, you know, at a localized level, that might be higher or even lower. And a range of measures came out of the Green City Action Plan. They include investment in water mains, rehabilitation, expansion, and we hear that AFD is involved in that process, which is encouraging. And we recognize these are capital intensive type solutions, but highly impactful. But the responsibility, not in this case of the city, but of the utility. In itself, the utility has an ambition to really drive leakage down to around 25% by 2040, which is reasonably prudent given where it currently is and where it needs to get to. But some of these other measures include demand side approaches, water efficient policy measures, so water efficiency in buildings design, at-source surface water management, which can, in the urban space, such as sustainable urban drainage solutions. And that could include rainwater harvesting, water reuse, permeable paving. But we even go as far in that Green City Action Plan and İzmir identified work to strengthen how the city could respond to emergency situations such as a water outage. What's really important here is these plans are owned by the city. And that's really important for the validation of the content and its future implementation. So I'd like to now just inject some additional thoughts on what else is possible in pursuit of water leaks. Many of you practitioners will know that hidden leaks, those leaks that are buried, where you've got a buried infrastructure in an urban context and the network's complex, hidden leaks are the hardest to find, particularly if you have no sensors on the network. There are no pressure meters, no DMAs, no flow meters. We were very fortunate last year. We concluded a short study using satellite technology as a way of finding leaks. And we did a small pilot with one of our clients in Iași in Romania using this approach. Now, the advantage of satellite leak technology is you just take one big snapshot of of a large geographical area, and then with some very clever algorithms mapped against the geographical information system, so configuration of the network, you can pinpoint where there are potential water losses on the network when you have no other information. And what we discovered was that we could, on this particular trial, we were 3.5 times more efficient than the current operators. That led to about 3 times more water reduction than they would normally enjoy. In fact, we found 120 what are called points of interest. 72 of those were confirmed as real leaks. It's a different way of going about finding leaks. But I think what's really important is in the same period where the leakage crew would typically find 8 hidden leaks, we found 28 hidden leaks using this approach. And what we see, I mean, there are many other types of innovations out there. This is just one of a number. But what we certainly see is this has the potential to help us as an institution possibly scale where that what the scale of the investment need might be. But for the client, it helps them target the investment, but also validate whether or not that investment has been successful as well. Now, I rather unashamedly now move to what is actually not a clean water example, but a wastewater example, but illustrates, I think, 2 important points about the digital solutions and also customer advocacy for municipalities and for water utilities. I think what we see is there's significant potential for improving efficiency and performance of water systems and wastewater systems through both digital and artificial intelligence solutions. And what we see here is a screenshot of a system. It's called SafeSwim. It's in New Zealand, and it's a predictive tool that shows where surfers, where there's good or bad bathing water. And this information is readily available to them 24/7, either through their PC or from their mobile phones. And what it does is it links real-time state of the sewer and stormwater network information with expected weather conditions and an understanding of how the coastal, the coast and currents work to tell you, where it's, as I say, where it's safe to surf and where it's unsafe to surf. And certainly what we're seeing are parallels on the clean water side, where there's increased use of real-time information use of automation and sensors to smooth water networks, and that's being used to reduce pressure transients, which is, reduces bursts on the network, but also improve leak detection as well. Our Green City action plans include a digital component. And what we are certainly, and what I would advise is that it is not to underestimate the power of the consumer, because as consumers become more vocal, their expectations of service will rise. And that will push and point utilities and municipalities to think more about digital solutions and these types of processes going forward. So I just want to just summarize my points. We've seen from Turkey that Turkey is expected to be significantly water stressed going forward. Non-revenue water in places is unacceptably high, and clearly investment is needed. That can be capital intensive, and that itself can be quite daunting. But alongside those traditional solutions, do seek imaginative alternatives to either find or prioritize investment. For those municipalities out there, who haven't, do consider EBRD's Green City Action Plan, or CCAP, the Sustainable Energy City Action Plans, as a cross-sectoral way of identifying the priority investments. These also include looking at digital solutions, as well as the traditional investment options and policy approaches and financing options that a city could choose to take. And I'll leave you with this thought, that remember, saving water often means saving energy, and that's essential for creating sustainable and resilient cities. Thank you for your time.
Yes, the next speaker from Peking University, Beijing University, Professor Dr. Kongjiang Yu is going to be with us. We are going to listen to a video recording, water-focused urbanization, urban planning, green infrastructure, sustainable stormwater management, and nature-based solutions. So he's going to show us various examples. Merhaba. Bugün benim için bir onur. Bugün sizinle uzun mesafeden konuştuğum için çok mutluyum. İzmir
stories, but I never got a chance to visit. And such a the city is so beautiful in terms of its landscape, in terms of its buildings, city, and the cultural heritages. And I understand that Izmir is also suffering some problems, some common problems the world is facing today. Flood, drought, pollutions, and so on. So today, I want to share with you what I have done in the past 20 years in creating resilient city, resilient landscape, to create a healthy ecological infrastructure so that it can provide holistic ecosystem services, but particularly create a flood resilient city. So my topic is sponge city and nature-based solutions inspired by ancient wisdom. As I mentioned, global-wise, we are meeting such kind of challenges: climate challenges, flood in the city, and drought. But at the same time, pollution, habitat loss, air pollution, water pollution, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're all going to have more pandemic. Now, these are all related issues. We have a rich wisdom in dealing with the changing environment, the decayed ecosystem. And this rich wisdom are in stock in those cultures that survived the vigorous nature of thousands of years in general, and the aquaculture evolved under the monsoon climate in particular. But such kind of wisdom are usually buried under layers of modern industrial technology or totally ignored. We build dams, dikes, pipelines, and sophisticated sewage treatment system. Yet, the single goal-minded gray infrastructure based on industrial technologies are simply lack of resiliency, and in many cases, not sustainable at all. So we're looking for alternatives. So after so much suffering, it is time now to revive the ancient wisdom, to develop, to discover the nature-based and holistic solutions I call ecological infrastructure, or green infrastructure, you would say, that are critical for securing ecosystem services. Now, this kind of ecological infrastructure or green infrastructure can provide holistic ecosystem services, provision, regulation, life supporting, and spiritual and cultural services. And they are across the scale. It is an alternative to the gray infrastructure now the global wise the cities are depend on. But there are three key challenges to develop this kind of green infrastructure. The first challenge is the space is limited. How can we use minimum space to plan the most efficient ecological infrastructure? This is a special gaming between nature and development. And the second challenge is design and engineering. The nature-based solutions and ancient wisdom might not be so efficient compared to the gray infrastructure, nor standardized for modern engineering and practices. How can we strengthen their performances and make them standardized for modern practices? So this is about what and how can we solve the problem by nature-based solutions. The third is the challenge of change of policies, change of value, policies, education, and the whole knowledge system. It is an intellectual revolution or a new civilization. So at the three levels: planning, design, engineering, and campaign for policy changes. At action level 1 is planning a green infrastructure across the scale, the whole regional, urban scale, landscape scale, and community scale. So this just shows you how this green infrastructure can function as a sponge, we call it green sponge, that create resiliency in the city, particularly for the regulation of water, management of stormwater, retention of water, cleansing of water, and recharge the aquifer. But at the same time, create habitat, create public space, and create beauty in the city and in the region. The method is to identify the ecological security pattern based on the spatial analysis. modeling of the ecological process, hydrological process, so biodiversity process, and the cultural and spiritual process. Now to identify the critical landscape system, which I called security pattern, to protect the natural, the cultural processes. And then to identify ecological infrastructure, which is critical for the protection of the ecological process. And this must be go across the scale, from regional scale, the national scale, to the urban municipal scale, and to the community scale. Now, this just show you one example how we develop this regional ecological infrastructure for Beijing city, which is about 20,000 square kilometers in size, integrating stormwater management, habitat protection, cultural heritage, and green transportation system, bicycle paths, and pedestrian system. And this green infrastructure will lead in the way of urban development that can be sustainable for the future, which means the nature provides the ecosystem services for the development of the city, particularly flood resiliency. At a medium scale, I just want to show you an example how we build the city based on this idea about building ecological infrastructure and let the ecological infrastructure to lead in the urban development. Look at the topography here. It's been here for thousands of years, and farmers cultivate the land and it's create a pond system to catch the water, to retain the water, and to use the water, recycle the water. So the land is not just flat. It is a sponge, it's porous, because we're suffering monsoon climate. So we have to regulate the water across the seasons. Back 2,000 years ago, the Chinese already understand that. The Chinese farmers already understand that. We need to give the nature 20% of the land to retain the water. So inspired by this sponge idea, instead of taking the conventional way of city building, which is leveling down the ground and lay out the pipelines, we just abandon the drainage pipes and try to create a landscape, the ecological infrastructure, or the green sponge as our infrastructure to regulate water and integrate with this ecological infrastructure with pedestrian system, bicycle system, and other cultural facilities. So the process totally reversed, which I call reversal planning or reverse planning or negative planning. Let nature do the work, which is nature-based. And this is mass planning. You can see it's a drainage system totally based on nature, right? Nature system by integrating the existing cultural heritage of the landscape, the pond system, the water system, and integrate them together to create a green infrastructure, which, by the way, become the park system of the city, the recreational system of the city. That's a rendering 10 years ago. And this was built. Look at it. The city is built within water. The flood surrounded, the city is flooded by water during the monsoon season. But the city itself is safe, much more resilient, save 15% of investment for the pipe system, for the leveling of the ground. And we create this water resilient landscape. That's in the residential community. You can see it's an open drainage, open landscape, which drain away the stormwater and recharges the aquifer and cleans the water on the process. Look at this. This is a secondary drainage system, and this is once the water run out of the community, you can see the stormwater can be cleansed in the process. So it provides multiple ecosystem services cleansing of water, retention of water, recharge of aquifer, and provide beauty at the same time. Now this is built. So that's the first level of thinking, planning. How can we integrate the landscape system as an infrastructure for the development of new city? Now, at the second level is about design and engineering. To create nature-based solution, nature-based engineering models inspired by ancient wisdom. Look at, for 5,000 years of farming and terracing and irrigation and water management, we have developed such a rich cultural heritage, which can deal with the climate change, the flood, the drought, and different kind of landscape, for example. So I just show you 4 models here. You can see at this mountain area, you will see we're terracing the ground so that it can be used for rice growing. You can imagine China and Southeast Asia, they grow rice on the slope of mountain, which is 2,000 meters high above sea level. During the process of water flow, we create pond system to slow down the process of water. Not speed up. The conventional solution is channelize the river, speed the water flow, and eventually destroy the whole natural system. And you can see it becomes drought. It's upstream and flood downstream. No water left. So it is a sink. So our knowledge or wisdom says that we should be able to adapt to the flood, adapt to water. Look at how we adapt the water. In the delta area, we create a pond and deck system or island system, floating gardens. By the way, this is not just in China, this also can be in other parts of the world, like Aztec culture in Mexico, in South America, also have such kind of agricultural adaptive landscape, which solves the problem. So we can grow rice on the mountain. We can also make the lands productive in the marsh at the downstream, and in the process, slow down the water flow. So this is the idea of sponge city. So the method is inspired by such kind of ancient farming wisdom and create replicable models to solve the climate change plus problems, flood, drought. And this is not expensive and can be applied at a massive scale, larger scale, kilometers, thousands of kilometers, because we created such an inexpensive model. It's replicable, scalable. This is just a method. So for the past 20 years, we have tested and built over 500 projects in 200 plus cities, mainly in China, but also in other parts of the world, in Russia, in Thailand, Indonesia, and so on. And I would just want to show you some examples about flood resilient landscape. How can we, based on such kind of knowledge, wisdom, to create resilient city for particularly today's global climate change issues, to be resilient. So the first is make friends with flood, turn gray infrastructure into green. Look at how much concrete we used to channelize the damming, the rivers, and trying to protect the city from being flooded, but actually never successful. Not resilient, not sustainable. So we come back to the planning, thinking, how can we, create a landscape, use a minimum space to become ecological infrastructure. So there's a layout, the planning scale, and then go to the engineering scale to turn this ecological infrastructure into functional ecosystem. This was before, everywhere in China. So 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, It's almost as the first project. We convince the local municipal government to abandon this kind of practice. Once the river was channelized, just about a third of the river being channelized, the mayor called me, how can we do that? Because the local farmers complain. Their buffalo cannot get the water. Their buffalo cannot go to swim in the river. And the kid get drowned in the river. People die in the river because of it's concrete, slippery. Flood become more serious. And the frog disappear. Biodiversity disappear. So we practice this kind of nature-based solution. Remove the concrete, recover the pond terraces and dike system, and the pond dike system to create a nature-based riverbank. That's that's a year later. You can see it's becoming resilient. And this is another section. 10 years later, people say we love the nature river system. So why don't we transform the whole concrete river like that? But we don't have more space. So we use the minimum space to create an inner river, to terrace in the riverbank, and to let water, the dirty water, to be cleansed by the porous inner lake, to let nature do the work. So we pump the dirty water into, use air is windmill to pump the water from the river into the inner river and bring people back to the waterfront. Now this is another example, even more serious, steep concrete flood wall, terracing it based on nature. So this is a totally different riverbank. The river before the flood wall was built right at the edge of the river. Now we say we give terrace to the water. It's a monsoon climate, it can be flooded. The whole area can be shared by people and the water. That's monsoon climate, 100-year flood level. You can see the ground, the nature, the park can be flooded, but 90% of the time it's for people. And the city can get more resiliency. So water, the force of nature, now become much gentrified. Or I would say this word maybe not so good, but the nature become more tame, more friendly. It's dry season. Certainly we design the landscape, even during the flood time, it is also accessible, can be functional. So make friend with flood. And we test the performance. If you nature-based solution, we can reduce the flood risk by 50 to 60%. How much can be changed if nature-based solution is to be implemented at national scale and global scale? Look at this. How much concrete we have used to channelize, to destroy the natural system, to create so-called civilized hydrological system, which has no resiliency at all. Now, the second example is about urban inundation. You call it green sponge for water resilient city. This is a city in Sanya, a coast city in South China. It's an island, but suffering monsoon climate, we have dry season, have a flood season. During the flood season, you can see the whole street being flooded, the community being flooded, people complain, and it's dirty at the same time. So this is the first big project in China that become the pilot project for the national sponge city and ecological restoration movement in China. Action level 1 is planning. Planning to create a green sponge system at the municipal level, at the regional scale. You can see the blue area, the dark blue is the minimum area for flood. The first, number 1 is to give water more space. But what about the city already built? So you have to find a solution to deal with this, to make use of existing landscape to create sponge like that. So this is a pilot project about 1 square kilometer inside. in size. It's surrounded by very densely built area. People complaining all the time, flood and flood. So inspired by the ancient wisdom, terracing, ponding, and diking, and islanding, we create this master plan, this site plan to use this nature-based solution. This is a site plan. You can see that we are terracing the ground so that the water can slow down, can be filtrated, can be retained. We create a pond and dike system so that water can be retained, be cleansed, and also at the same time, people can use the space. And in the middle, we create a much deeper water, a lake, but to keep some islands so that the lake will be covered by a forest. So these are some very simple technique used, inspired by ancient wisdom. This is rendering. This you'll see just after 6 months, we basically create a park like that. And this is today, after 3 years, you will see it's abundant and large vegetation with islands and pond system, but also skywalk, people can walk and it's connecting the community. Particularly during the pandemic time, people use the space in such an efficient way. You can look at the space. In the middle is clean water and the dirty water surrounded by, because it's urban runoff. So the whole park is a filtrator. It's a filtrator. It's cleaning the water and retains the water. At the same time, create public space. Under the canopy, the pond system look at how many people use this space. Look at filtrating system. At the same time, create biodiversity. Look at the birds come into the city, come back to the city. Many rare birds come back to the city. In just 3 years, this was before. After, the island system create a forest covering the lake. At the same time, the capacity of the park of holding water is dramatically increased. And that's the island system. You can see, that's bird eye view, skywalk. So it's a sponge system in the middle of the city, based on the limited space, create a much resilient community, a much resilient landscape. And it takes such a short period of time and not so expensive, because you can just use one machine to create a porous sponge landscape. It's multifunctional. Stormwater management, habitat recovery, cleansing of water, and public space and beauty at the same time. Izmir is a coastal city. I just want to show you another example. How can transform a coastline into a more climate resilient landscape? This is in Sanya, the same island in South China. You can see we virtually totally destroy the coast landscape. It become concrete with flood wall. So we introduce water into the cities by and based on nature, turns the concrete wall into a resilient landscape. The tide is a more than 3 meter tide. We just let the tide come in and fresh water come out. Here, actually, we find that the fresh water and the salt water meet. So it becomes a habitat, a very good habitat for biodiversity, for mangrove. It's a resilient mangrove area. So we realize there's a low tide, high tide, and extremely high tide. So create a resilient landscape. Instead of rigid concrete wall, we create this kind of sponge system. It just take 1 year like that. This was a site. This is a process we're doing. Let nature come in and the city come out. So here you can see this side is totally nature. This side we put people watching the nature, which is a habitat for birds. That's nature and the culture come together, interlocking fingers to create maximize the ectones, which means the age of different ecosystem. You can see, very, very productive, beautiful, and ecologically healthy. It's resilient, climate resilient. Flood, yeah, during the monsoon season. Of course, it should be used by people, beautiful by people. This is some photos to show you how nature and the culture come together. How can we make the coastal city resilient? I mean, flood resilient, climate resilient, but at the same time, it can be culturally beautiful, functional. Now, together with the flood, with urban inundation, with the water quantity issues, we are parallel together is another issue is water quality. Imagine 75% of surface water is contaminated in China. But also imagine 85% of sewage water untreated global-wise. Now this image just shows Bangladesh, how the river system is polluted. I mean, look at India and many other developing countries in East Asia, Southeast Asia. So what's the alternative? Much cheaper, much easier worker solution. Nature-based is an example. Shanghai example, more than 10 years ago. It was before like that, Huangpu River, heavily polluted, channelized the river, concrete riverbank. So we turn the concrete, lifeless concrete riverbank into a living system, terracing the riverbank, and create a living machine to clean the water, dirty water into clean water. Now this is not portable, of course, but it is swimmable. From 5 grade dirty water to 3 grade clean water. The source, the flow, the sink. The water falling down, cascade wall to create oxygen, oxygenating the water, and to go to the terraces. The terraces, the water is how dirty is the water you look at, and the water will go submerged, and the vegetation grow because the nutrient rich. So the water, the river water is simply nutrient rich, so rich, so that the plants are lovely kind of water. You can see terracing the river, creating a vegetation and filtrating the water system. Now it's crystal clean water. Every day can produce 800 cubic meter of water per hectare daily, and 85% of phosphorus and nitrogen can be removed by this 1 mile filtrating system. Basically, it's a constructed wetland based on nature and inspired by ancient wisdom. This is just show you how the biomass or biodiversity come from this functional process. The cleansing of water process at the same time is a productive process, producing biomass, producing habitat, producing life supporting habitat, and beauty at the same time. We recycle the material from the site and use very wild native species like reeds to clean the water and the meadows. So this park become a beautiful park for the city, Shanghai city, Shanghai. But it is a functional water cleansing system, a resilient system. And to solve the multiple problem, we have to have a holistic and systematic approach. This is another example. I just show you how all these techniques come together. All this nature-based model come together to solve a whole river system in the city of Haikou, another coastal city in China's southern Hainan Island. Pollution, flood, habitat loss, and you can see people use conventional solution for 20 years. Try to drainage, try to dredge the channel, try to build walls to protect the city, but never success. So just a couple of years ago, we convinced the local government, convinced the local mayor to take as a nature-based solution. Sponge city, create a sponge city, remove the concrete, recover the nature, terracing the ground, create a filtrating system, and eventually the whole river system, the whole drainage system get transformed, become a beautiful landscape. And the whole project take only just 1 year. You can imagine just 1 year this landscape, of course, is after 2 years, but the construction process only take 1 year. Now the solution, as I said, is simple. This just show you before and after, transform gray into green, and function as a filtrating system, as a resilient system, and create this multifunctional sponge, green sponge. Look how people love it. And it recycles the concrete material to transform, to become an island system, to create a whole resilient riverbank. And we tested, you can see we measured the removal effect of this nutrient is 80 to even sometimes to 90%. Now, the action level 3 is as important as the technical asset of planning and design, which is changing the policies. This is certainly beyond the science and the practices. We began with a political campaign because the conventional solution is protected by this code system. The engineer have such a heavy code system there. We have to change this code system. We need a new policy about land use planning, about the planning of the city to create nature-based ecological infrastructure, and about the nature-based engineering. So I keep writing letters to the Prime Minister, to the President, to Chinese mayors and top ministers. So this is one example. We get approved to create a national ecological infrastructure based on just what I taught. So now today, 4 state regulations have since been issued by State Council to safeguard the national ecological security, including the protection of ecological redlands and including the guidelines for national land planning. It's not just single mandate. The water certainly is the most important one, so regulation of water, but it's a whole system. It's a whole system. To conclude, we need a new era of new civilization. And more than ever, it is clear that we need a paradigm shift in planning and designing our city to adapt to climate change and solve the multiple urban ecological issues. Such a shift calls for a rethinking of the way we build our cities based on industrial technologies. And I call for the revival of ancient wisdom of survival, the nature-based solution to transform our city and build a new city. Now, both transform the old city, such a historical city like Izmir. We have rich culture, we have rich heritage, and we certainly want to protect those, and the challenge is how to transform the city to be more resilient. And of course, the city is still developing. So we need to build a city based on nature. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good water day to everyone. My name is Danny Vardy. I'm the Global Water Lead at IFC. And thank you for the friends of the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality for having invited us to join the summit. Unfortunately, I'm joining virtually from Washington, D.C., given travel restrictions, but I hope you'll find this presentation useful. I've been asked to talk today about energy efficiency and non-revenue water and how IFC is helping finance and support these efforts from utilities. I will start by describing a bit who IFC is, as not all of you might be familiar, and then we'll move on to the subject at hand. So very briefly, who are we and what can we offer? IFC is part of the World Bank Group. You're probably familiar with the World Bank, which is made up of the two entities IBRD and IDA, more commonly known indeed as the World Bank, which engage with sovereign entities, nations and states, while IFC focuses on the private sector and introducing and supporting private sector solutions, both with companies and with subnational governments, cities, municipalities. And what do we provide? We provide, on one hand, investments and the loans, investments as equity, local loans, blended finance. We do roughly 22, 23 billion dollars a year in the global investment, but very important as well, and we mobilize capital as well, but very important is that we also provide advice to private entities and to municipalities and to utilities in this case, to help create new opportunities, to unlock investments, to bring in and leverage the private sector capital that they'd like to leverage upon. So now moving on to the municipal environmental infrastructure practice, as you see, most of what we do is engaging indeed with municipalities across the world, helping them address what are some of their biggest challenges. And water and waste are some of the biggest challenges that municipalities they have to tackle, and that's where we try to support with $300 to $400 million of loans per year across the globe, which has allowed us to finance about $4 billion of municipalities over the past decade across the globe. So this has been in Latin America, where we have a pretty active practice, to Middle East, South Africa, and Asia. And this allows us to actually do a lot of cross-fertilization, create networks, allow to bring together best practices from across the globe to actually really address those challenges that all the largest cities today are facing, and all the utilities that are really trying to be at the forefront of what's happening globally with the biggest challenges such as climate change are trying to do. So how do we do this? Well, as I mentioned, on the right-hand side here, you do see our investment offering, which is, the classic financing, loans, equity, with blended finance, with guarantees, allowing to place bonds. But very importantly, is also what we provide on the left side, the transaction structuring to bring in private public partnerships, to help do that strategic planning of where to invest, the prioritization, and developing new business model. All this support both to private clients, to subnational, but also directly to cities as we help them prepare projects, strengthen their capabilities, and then implement through potentially capital that we provide. We have partners across the spectrum. On the top, you see some companies that are large entities as Suez, Veolia, or regional champions like Natito, as well as national champions in Vietnam. We are an investor in DNP Water. So these are really on the private side, but then more towards the bottom, you'll see our public partners, be it the municipality of Bogota, of San Jose in Costa Rica. Itzu here in Izmir is a close client of ours, or again, Medellin and Corsan. So as we try to engage both on the private and the subnational municipal front, what are our clients telling us? Especially tackling non-revenue water and energy efficiency. What do we constantly see? Common themes. Common themes are that non-revenue water is really a top priority for most of our clients. And the impact is huge. Often many of the utilities we work with are faced with an aging network with low capex, which actually then brings on higher non-revenue water, which translates in more OPEX. when cash and funding starts going towards OPEX, you don't have sufficient CAPEX to renew the network, and that brings to insufficient supply. Insufficient supply means a dissatisfied customer. No utility wants to have a dissatisfied customer, because that then creates impacts also on the political side, on the interference, on the relationships with the regulator, leading again to less room for autonomy, lower CAPEX. So how do we actually get out of this vicious circle into what we'd like to have, which is a virtuous circle? And the utilities that are there try to maintain this positive circle of investments, of CAPEX, that reduces then the OPEX with a more modern utility, better service to your client, more positive relationships with your utility, which then create autonomy, capability of raising funding externally, renew the network, be proactive in your non-revenue water. So really, how do you move from the left side to the right side? And the truth is, there is no magic wand. Non-revenue water is needs a holistic approach. It's not just replacing a couple of pipes or improving pressure management. It means doing both of those things. It means engaging with the customer, with the billing and the collection. So you really need to look at it across the spectrum, and change this through a reactive plan. We've actually developed on the right-hand side. This is a strategy we were working with on a utility through the plan, do, check, act, and adapt. Plan, do, check, act, and adapt. Constantly improving your model as you replicate it through district metering zones. You increase efficiency, and then, very importantly, you start integrating data management into the operations to reach that best practice that allows the utility then to reach a sustaining level of delivery of service to the clients. And while this is on the non-revenue water, very important to say, energy efficiency is just as important up there in the minds of the CEOs we engage with. It is the second largest cost that utilities have to face. Here on the left-hand side, you'll see various utilities. This is average data actually of Brazil, but we see this across the globe when we engage. It's the second largest cost, and it's good business practice to manage your second largest cost, not only but also as your stakeholders are asking you constantly, be it on the municipal level with the citizens or as a utility, your own city and municipality, on how to engage and reduce your carbon footprint, the greenhouse gas emissions that you generate. But also not only in reducing power, important also to mention is also in how you manage the wastewater, the sludge, how do you support lower methane emissions in your operations. All this to build resiliency towards climate change, resiliency to be prepared for impact through your climate change in your operations. So how are our clients addressing these? And there is no one answer that fits everyone, because non-revenue water and energy efficiency can both have such a high impact on the profitability of a company, and as well as how that company positions itself externally. A utility with low non-revenue water and very good energy efficiencies really can position itself as a thought leader, as at the forefront of a utility that is a citizen today, in today's world, with addressing climate change. And although that has such a high impact, how do you actually do that with investments that often have a very quick payback, but utilities do find themselves challenged with that upfront CAPEX necessary to unlock these investments? So again, there's no one answer to all. Some utilities on the left-hand side can manage this all internally and funding things directly through internally generated cash or through corporate loans. Others might need to rely on a mixture of the two, maybe a corporate loan to start doing these investments, but relying on some external expertise, subcontracting certain portions, not all, of investments. Others rely on more structured contracts, such as performance-based contracts. We've seen a big increase of these recently that can shift a bit the burden and the reward as well between the utility and the external party. And finally, some go directly to fully delegated management contracts with public-private partnerships, small concessions that allow to create also that benchmarking. And it can vary widely in terms of scope. We've seen some looking only at the technical aspect or others on the commercial. Puerto Rico has recently provided a PPP on management of all the clients to reduce non-revenue water, the external clients to a company that has then gone on and raised financing out on the SPV. So the financing of non-revenue water and in this case, but also energy efficiency to a certain degree, can be both internal at the corporate level, through external financing and through performance-based contracts, and finally through SPVs. Now, how do we then come in and support our clients, the utilities we work with, in managing these investments? We've come up with a new strategy called Utilities for Climate, because it's really utilities aiming to address the climate change issues, which they recognize as what their stakeholders want, but it's also good for business. So identifying a select number, we're thinking of 12, 15 water utilities globally, subnational utilities owned by municipalities, by cities, by provinces, that really are looking for a way to engage in addressing challenges as efficiency, resilience, modernization, digitization, and be part of a network that shares then at the CEO level, at the technical director level, best practices through workshop conferences. And at the same time, while IFC provides this advice on addressing these issues, we also provide the capital, the loans, to do the investments required by the analysis and the advice. And this is because climate change hits us at various levels, right? At the global level, we know there's the Paris Agreement. The nations and states get together to try and address this, and this slowly percolates also to the municipal and finally to the subnational level and to the utilities. But we can intervene directly at this level. We want to work with utilities that really want to change the way they do business and need support to do so. So this network will be, on one hand, receiving advice, a lot funded through donor support, and at the same time, capital through loans and to directly to the utilities, and create this brand that will position the utility at the forefront. Be able to say, I'm a utility that is taking climate change as a serious issue, and I want to address it, and I want to use the best technology, best practices, and I'm learning from across the globe. We've already engaged here in Turkey, but are looking from as far as Indonesia all the way to Peru and Colombia. And many of the challenges these utilities are facing are similar. Through emerging markets, looking at how you can improve your operations. And as we've mentioned, what can we look at? We can look at energy efficiency. How can we improve it? At procurement, energy efficiency is not only reducing the amount of energy that is consumed, but also how can you procure it in a more efficient and climate-friendly way. Non-revenue water, as we mentioned, a very big argument, a very big area where we've been engaging in advice and investment. Again, I want to go back to the point on wastewater treatment plants and water reuse. In today's circular economy, wastewater is not only has to be seen as an effluent, something to be treated and discarded, but really how can you bring it back into the economy to reuse them in a more efficient manner. So this allows the utility to work towards becoming a green utility, a climate-friendly utility that then is recognized by the market. The market then allows you to raise capital through green bonds or through green loans that IFC can help certify and structure, which helps, again, position both the brand of the utility, but also the cost of this funding. It also diversifies the funding base when you're really looking at things holistically. And again, non-revenue water, energy efficiency, core to what the utility needs to tackle to have a good credit worthiness and be able to deliver to its clients. That is also core to addressing climate change. So the two things go together. And I want to leave you with a case study of what we've been working with in Brazil with Corsan, the utility owned by the a subnational utility owned by the state of Rio Grande do Sul. It has approximately 3 million connections and clients, and we've engaged with them early on, trying to identify what are the issues with which we can help. The management immediately locked up on how they wanted to turn around this utility, and we've started by doing a diagnostic with our internal in-house technical experts, a diagnostic of which are the issues that could really bring around, and it was indeed non-revenue water and energy efficiency. We've since engaged in preparing an operation where we'll be providing them a loan, but at the same time hired external consultants that we're funding through some donor funding to prepare an action plan to reduce non-revenue water, to improve energy efficiency, to be certified for a green loan or a green bond, to build the capacity on the environmental and social front. So Corsan will be positioning themselves as a utility really aiming towards the future, a utility for climate, and will be part of this network of 10, 12, maybe 15 utilities worldwide that can share experiences as it grows, and we'll use that. It's now planning an IPO to strengthen its brand in front of investors, showing that it's reactive, addressing its challenges, and looking for ways to be a better corporate citizen as well. So let me leave you with this. I want to thank you again for your time. I hope you found this useful. You can see my contact details on the bottom left-hand side. Please don't hesitate to contact me. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you to mingle as I would on the summit, but please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions. Again, good water day to everyone, and thank you very much for your time and attention.